the new NBA framework. Let's start with a silent prayer. Thank you. As we all know, we had started our FTP yesterday. And since we are all coming offline, we thought to have our inauguration officially today. And for the inaugural address, I invite our principal, Dr. Jason Paul Mulikal, for the inaugural address.
Respected participants and my dear teachers, first of all, a warm welcome to all of you to Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. I know that many of the FDP participants are from Rajagiri itself, but at the same time, we got quite a number of people from outside as well. And first of all, I want to congratulate IQAC for organizing this FTP on OBE and also the IQAC practices. I think we started with the AI, how this is going to impact our education. And when we think about OBE, outcome based education, usually we say three things as the outcomes for an engineering program. I suppose all the teachers here are from engineering background, I'm not sure. But for OBE principle, there are three outcomes. The first one is a job, next one is a higher education, and the third one a startup or something. So these are the three outcomes usually we say, and all the other activities are oriented towards this, right? But now there is a qualitative or a tectonic shift in this understanding, in my humble opinion. Because the first outcome, which is the foremost outcome that we consider, jobs. The students are supposed to get jobs, but then jobs are disappearing. There are two dimensions. One, the number of jobs are getting uh, lesser or disappearing. Next, we need think the industrial revolution. Basically, we don't have much of an industry. Now, this is going to bite us back because because of the AI revolution. Every single thinker, no, none of it is going to be jobs, and especially for India, we are predicting. These days, we know that our own prime minister coming on television and telling we are having going to face a lot of issues. They may say that some geopolitical issues like Hormuz, but much more than that, this tectonic shift in the aim, the job market is going to affect us, which means this is going to affect our outcome based education. What is our outcome? Then now we have to rethink about the outcomes, I think. And we have to redefine the parameters we usually used to do. And in this, it is in this context, I think our FDP has got a much greater relevance. In Rajagiri, what we are trying to do is we are introducing alternative assessment methods. We are getting away with this internal examination, at least the second one to begin with. And we are introducing alternate assessment methods, and which should take care of the changing job or out, which means our education. And that is the principle of how do we accommodate these things using a new pedagogy. So this is in order to have that. I am very announced that process of a new center, the academic and administrative initiation by ARU, Association of Indian Universities. So a first meeting of the principals in the country will be happening at RSET next month. So I am pretty sure that some of the colleges coming out here, if you are from autonomous colleges, I encourage you to join this AIU uh, for the autonomous colleges. They give associate membership at the moment. So all the principals of the autonomous colleges who belong to AIU will be coming to RSET in the next month. And in line with that, we are also establishing a new center for academic and administrative development center by AIU. Yes. FDP in that wider context, and let there be positive changes that happen in the higher education sector in Kerala. And Kerala is also in a great need of this transformation. We know that Kerala cannot go like this, and now we got a new government, and we pray and hope that things will have a new direction, and Kerala will become a higher education hub, an education hub. Without that, our students, our children may not have a future. They may not be able to thrive and survive in this land. And there is no possibility of them going abroad anymore. So they have to be here and they have to make that change. And we should be able to help. And higher education sector has to play an important role. And we all are doing that part. That is a noble one. So I wish all the very best for this FDP and all of you so that we can make this transition and help prepare ourselves and our students for the new reality of outcome, the new job concept, and finally help our students to have a wonderful life. So, with this short words, once again, I congratulate IQAC for organizing this and also wish you all the very best. Thank you so much. I declare that it is inaugurated.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring words. And just as how Father had mentioned that we have to get ready as to the new changes. So, for the first session, I invite Dr. Aisha Sani, Professor of Civil Department. Ma'am is also the NBA coordinator for our institute. So, ma'am will be explaining about the changes that is there in the new NBN and how we have to prepare for the same. So, I invite ma'am for the session.
A warm good morning to one and all. Uh, so today, the first session of this offline day of FDP, I'm uh, taking a session on understanding the revised NBA. So I understand most of the colleges and most of the representatives from other institutes have already been gone through this NBA accreditation at least once, and majority of you are from autonomous colleges also. That's what my understanding is. I hope that is correct. Yeah. So I'm mainly focusing on Tier 1 accreditation, but still there are only very few changes in Tier 2 SAR revision. So that will also be covered upon while I'm moving along with it. Yeah. So let me first quickly go through the journey that led to the revision of this NBA SAR 2024. So it happened with the introduction of establishment of Washington Accord in 1989. Basically, this was established to have an equivalence in the international engineering degree programs among the universities of different countries. So it was initially established with 6 countries, mostly the Western world countries, and then it got expanded. So now almost there are, as Sir was mentioning yesterday, 25 countries that has been signatory of this accord. So this can be called as the foundation of international accreditation. So then came in 1997, almost a decade after, Engineering Mobility Forum. This was established to recognize the professional engineers after graduation. So it was basically because one of the flaws that was there in Washington Accord, which was they were actually concentrating on the input, that is the curriculum components, whether the syllabus are comparable, the curriculum is equivalent. That is what they were concentrating on. But then basically rather than the input, it was the competency of the graduates that was supposed to be looked upon to. So that recognition was not there, so the countries were finding it difficult. Like for from India, if somebody wants to being a professional engineering in India, it was difficult for somebody I mean, to get for him to get a job in Canada, because their licensing part or their way of assessment may be different. So in order to take care of that, this Mobility Engineers Forum was established. And then there were lots of deliberations. And in between these years, this Dublin Accord and Sydney Accord came into existence. And they together got into this idea that the curriculum I mean, not only the curriculum or the curriculum components, but we have to check into the outcome of these, what the outcome is due to the curriculum that they are doing. So for that is how this graduate attribute proficiency, professional competency first version, that framework came into existence. And that is where actually the OB began. And then because there were many accords come up and there were many agreements happening, so there came up a umbrella organization for all these accords so that there will be some uniformity, and that is the Indian International Engineering Alliance, which got established in 2007. So it basically ensured the global coordination of both the attributes and the competencies. Later on, there was a revision in GAPC in 2009, wherein the knowledge profiles were introduced. So this was introduced because there were graduate attributes, which is nothing but the program outcomes. But the program outcomes actually were not measurable, or even though the students may be attaining the outcomes, it is not necessary that they are having the depth of knowledge. So it is also equally important that we should assess the depth of knowledge. So that is why the depth, in order to do that, they introduced the WK profiles, and WK 1 to 8 was introduced in 2009. And then later on in 2013, the third version was the revision was come. In that, the complex engineering problems were given importance. The thrust was given to complex engineering problems, and this was mainly to strengthen the outcome-based education to ensure that competence is there. And again, the sustainability part also got strengthened in this revision. So after this, in 2014, NBA joined the Washington Accord. So till then, it was not there. NBA was not a part of Washington Accord. And then actually, NBA got initiated in 1994. I know you people will be knowing that. It was under AACT. So in 2010, it got autonomous. And after that, they came up with, they signed this. And then came the last version of GAPC version 4. So this everything is happening under the umbrella of International Engineering Alliance. And they came up with the fourth version wherein the graduate attributes got enhanced. That is, they incorporated the WK profiles into the attributes. So if you see the POs now, there are WKs introduced into the POs. And then WK got updated. Now you have 9 WKs. The ethics part also got introduced. And then the sustainability was integrated throughout. It was not a standalone part. It was a standalone part in version 3. Now they understood the importance of sustainability and it got integrated. And this revision got incorporated in NBA in 2024. So now the focus is basically on complex engineering problem solving, complex engineering activities, WK mapping, and the revised PO structure. Everything is being given thrust to. And so in 2025, the mandatory GAPC version for implementation happened. So now we are actually we have to be very careful because all these things are what NBA is expecting from us. The CEO outcome attainment, the competency attainment, the revised PO structure, introduction, implementation of that, then continuous quality improvement, WK coverage, and complex engineering problem solving. Fine. So these are the emerging expectations in engineering as per GAPC version 4. As I said, the PO structure came from PO11 to PO12 to PO11. WKs got updated from WK8 to WK9. The sustainability integration got it throughout. The ethics got introduced and it got enhanced. And interdisciplinary and digital residence also became a major criteria. So these are the key focus areas. And now we have to give importance to complex engineering activities and problem solving. We have to incorporate emerging technologies. The social impact has to be taken into consideration. The global challenges has to be considered. Interdisciplinary competency has to be ensured within the graduates, and the professional responsibility should be also ensured. So these things we have got to look into. So this, whatever I mentioned, has been integrated by NBA in 2024 in our GAPC, in our SAR. So we now, when you evaluate the curriculum, we need not only map it to POs, but we have to connect to the corresponding WKs also. That is very important. That is given in the new SAR, how it is getting connected to WKs. Then it is a stronger OB framework because they are now focusing on enhanced COPO articulation and attainment mechanisms. Experiential learning is given importance. It's not the regular teaching learning that we have to consider. The internship, the capstone project, problem-based learning, industry exposure, design thinking, MOOC, SWAYAM, active learning, all these things has to be incorporated in our curriculum. Sustainability and ethics has got importance. Integration of SDG, social impact, and responsible engineering practices in almost all the activities that we do, and continuous improvement. That is evidence-based continuous quality improvement has to be there. So initially what we did was we just documented what were the actions taken. But now we have to come up with the gaps. We have to identify the gaps, analyze the gaps, do the corrective mechanisms, do the impact analysis, and if that is not attained, you have to come up with some other actions. If it is attained, you have to integrate or incorporate that in the curriculum. So that is how you close the loop. So closing the loop is very, very important. You have to close the loop. That is what NBA is going to look into. So this, I'm just giving the definition, that is all. WK defines the depth, complexity, and nature of engineering knowledge, problem-solving ability, professional skills, and attitudes expected from the graduates. This is what the definition of WK is. And there are 9 WKs. And this is in a nutshell what all the WKs are all about. So I think this was explained in the last this one. So I'm not going in depth to this. Now, if you see the program outcomes, it is the same program outcomes. Only thing is that the 5 and 6 got combined. But if you see, check here, I've highlighted the main complex engineering problems which is coming in all the POs up to 6. And you can see the WK is integrated into the POs. This is a major revision. WK is getting integrated into the POs. So now NBA expects us to identify the WKs. We map the POs. Similarly, we have to map the WKs as well. So in the higher or POs, WKs are integrated in one or two, but this is mainly to the others are basically managerial and communication skills, which is directly getting assessed. So if you see, the first 5 POs are related to engineering, and it lays the foundation for engineering education. And the remaining POs deals with concern, the soft skills, the life skills, and the managerial skills. So I'm just comparing. I had this confusion why POs and why WK. So I thought I'll just put that. This is my understanding. The perceptions will be different. Please correct me if I am wrong. POs, I understood that POs defines what the students can do, whereas WKs defines what the students should know. That is the difference I felt. Then basically POs are competency oriented, whereas WKs are knowledge oriented. POs are outcome based, whereas WKs are knowledge based. POs measure performance and skills, whereas WKs measure breadth and depth of knowledge and skills. And POs are assessed through attainments, whereas WKs are demonstrated through curriculum mapping. So this is what the NBA expects. We want our WKs to be mapped to the curriculum. So let us consider the example of learning to drive. WKs means what knowledge is required. We should know the traffic rules. We should know the vehicle mechanics. We should know the road signs and safety regulations. Whereas PO says, what can the person do with that knowledge? Can the person actually drive? Can they make safe decisions? Can they handle complex traffic situations? My understanding. So maybe if it is wrong, you can correct me. So basically, the WKs provides the knowledge base towards demonstrating the competencies through POs, which finally leads to the graduate attributes. So another example, since I'm from the civil background, I just took reinforced concrete design, wherein WK3 deals with the engineering fundamentals, WK4 specialized knowledge, WK5 design. Sustainable design. WK6 is the modern tools that we can use, and WK9 is ethics and professional responsibility, because we have many codes that has to be complied with while we do the design. And the competencies will be engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design, modern tool usage, and ethics. Now again, if I want, I can add lifelong learning depending upon the type of assessment I'm going to give. So depending upon the teaching methodology I'm going to do, I can change the mapping. I'm just giving you a sample. All right. So from the NBA evaluator's perspective, there are mainly 2 questions to be answered. That is what we should have in our mind. One is, does the curriculum provides the required knowledge? So this can be answered through WK mapping. Your answer should be there through this WK mapping that you give to the subjects, the courses. And can the graduates use that knowledge effectively? And this can be answered through the PO attainment. So these are the 2 questions we should have in mind while we go through our teaching learning process. So what is the blueprint of NBA transformation? Earlier focus was, do you have a system? Do you have the teaching learning process? Do you have the correct syllabus? Do you have the infrastructure? That is what NBA was focusing on. Now the revised NBA focus is totally shifted. It is now, does your system produce measurable outcomes? That is what NBA is now looking to. So here the focus was on subject coverage, course delivery, examination performance, infrastructure facilities, and documentation records. Whereas here the focus is the depth of engineering knowledge. It changed. The depth of engineering knowledge. ability to solve complex engineering problems, that is competency, sustainability awareness, ethical engineering practice, interdisciplinary, lifelong, everything is competency. All the remaining, everything is coming under competency. So now the teaching learning shall focus on higher level of abilities to attain all POs. That is the motto. So what is the logic? Revised SR logic. The NBA expects the institutions to demonstrate how the curriculum design, the teaching learning process, the assessment, and the academic process help the students to develop professional competencies, solve complex real world problems, and continuously improve through evidence based practices. So this is the basic revised SR logic. So if you are able to understand this logic, if you work on this, then there is no point in simply documenting. Documentation is gone. There is no point in documenting. You have to show evidence. And the evidence will be there only when if it is implemented. Otherwise, you cannot show evidence. So this is the 9 criteria of NBA at a glance. And this is the previous NBA criteria. That is for the tier 1 previous criteria. This new NBSAR is same for tier 1 as well as for tier 2. Both are same. So, and just for a comparison, I've taken the tier 1 NBSAR 2015 criteria. So you can see the first year academics dot completely scrapped off. It is not there. Whatever is the main part of first year academics has been given to other criteria, relevant criteria. The faculty information, which was for 200 marks, now got distributed as to 2 criteria. This shows the relevance of the quality and the growth of faculty, how far the institute, NBA is focusing on. So now it is 220 marks, 20 marks increases there. And then the 9 and 10 got converted into one single criteria. And that is for only 120 marks, 50 marks reduced. So the institutional criteria, which was C8, 9, and 10, got reduced to one criteria, which is C9. So we can explain the NBA, the strategic interpretation of these 9 criteria, NBA accreditation criteria, with these 3 interconnecting pillars, actually. So this actually defines the, what do we say, quality or of the engineering program, how far we can achieve the quality. So the first pillar actually is the learner's journey. So whatever is there in this pillar, that curriculum, teaching, assessment, performance, everything, that defines the academic growth or professional and academic growth of students. So this actually defines the professional and academic growth. And the pillar 2, which is the evaluation, educators evolution, actually concentrates on the quality of faculty as well as on the growth and contribution of faculty. And the third pillar is the institutional ecosystem, which is the environment that is given. So even if we are having excellent students and qualified faculty with the good, unless we are having the institutional support, it cannot succeed. So this is how it is connected. Pillar 3, it creates the environment, and that helps the pillar 2 to drive the teaching, learning, and mentoring, and that will help in achieving the GAPC through pillar 1. So let's now come into criteria 1, which is outcome-based curriculum. So now you have to set your mind with whatever I told till now. This is what NBA expects from us. So we have to do our teaching learning process and everything on connection to this. So outcome-based education, outcome-based curriculum, the criterion 1, it reflects a fundamental philosophical shift. Okay, so there is a translation from vision and mission to measurable academic culture. So there are 5 segments. One is the vision, mission, and PEOs for 35 marks. The other is a curriculum structure and features for 30 marks. PO, PSO mapping with courses for 20 marks. Course outcomes and course articulation matrix for 30 marks. And program articulation matrix for 5 marks. So this is the new criteria 1. So in this new criteria 1, we have some portions from criteria 2 and some portions from criteria 3 getting integrated to criteria 1, right? Yeah. So this was the old SAR. We had only vision, mission, and PEOs being marked, and that mark was 50 marks. And now it shifted to 35 marks. This is for tier 1. For tier 2, the thing is same. Only thing is it was now 40 marks. That is only difference for tier 2. Okay, the remaining everything is same. So why this shift? Why this shift? Why did they integrate all these things here? So basically, what NBA expects is not a standalone vision mission. That is what we had. Now NBA expects the vision mission to be actively integrated into the curriculum design. How the students are going to attain our vision mission. That is what is important. So how you select your courses, how you sequence your courses, and what are the reform strategies that you're implementing. That is what has actually in introduced by adding criteria 1.2, that was initially a part of curriculum 2 to this. So you cannot simply say that this is our vision and mission. You have to show evidence that for attaining this vision and mission, these are the curriculum components that we have introduced. Now, why PUs and PSOs? Now the set of the courses that we have designed as per the curriculum design are actively mapped to the POs and PSOs. That is, we have to ensure why this course was introduced, why this course is introduced into this particular semester. Why did not we do it in the first semester? Why is it in the fifth semester? Right? So all those things we have to explain. That is what is expected from by adding POs and PSOs here. This is my understanding. Please correct me if I am wrong. Okay. I know that many of you have gone through NBA accreditations, so you will be having a broader point also in this area. Then from PO PSOs to course outcomes and course articulation, integration of course mapping to course outcomes so that we can measure the learning. So that measurable learning has been taken into consideration. And then course outcomes to course articulation matrix to program articulation matrix. So there is an integration of learning outcomes to evaluate the achievement of program outcomes. Evaluates whether the overall curriculum achieves the intended graduate attribute outcomes. So finally, it is the integration of the graduate attributes to the vision and mission. This is what is expected from the revised SAR. So there is one addition, which is the added strategies for education reforms. This is for tier 1. It is not there for tier 2. Okay, because here we can improve our curriculum. So they have added this. It was there in the 10th criteria 10, the old SAR. That was an institutional level strategy that was asked. Now it has been taken by department level. So these are the major additions. As I said, in 1.2.1, you can see considering Washington Accord knowledge and attitude profiles and the program outcomes. You have to demonstrate how the curriculum has evolved. So you have to show the evidence. And second is that SL, that self-learning part has been added. So please understand, when we talk about self-learning, it is not self-learning alone. It can have term work also. So you can have assessments, assignments, everything incorporated, and there you can add up and say that this is of 64 hours. If it is a 120-hour course for 64 hours, this is how we can do. And the third is strategic education reforms. Here, actually, whatever, let us say that the NEP 2020 has come now, right? So what are the revisions that has been made? Are we incorporating that? Are we actively changing our curriculum to incorporate all these things? This is actually expected in this. What are our plans? How do we plan to implement that? This is what we are seeing in expected in strategies for education reforms. And the course articulation matrix. So it was not there in the previous part. The course articulation matrix was not there. Now it got introduced. So why this shift? In the old SAR, the question was, where is your vision and mission? Have you displayed it properly? So it was just static documentation, some photographs, some displays, right? So it was a compliance, just for compliance oriented part. Now the revised SAR criteria one is, how do vision, mission, and PEOs drives the entire ecosystem? academic ecosystem. That is the focus. It is actually, we expect the curriculum to be dynamic. It should be in alignment with the education reforms and everything. And you have to show the evidence. And it is outcome oriented. So the vision and mission must become operational, not just displayed on walls, but it has to be reflected in curriculums, projects, internships, industry engagements, etc. So what are the evidences? If I start talking about the evidences, there will be this time will not be enough for me. So I'm just giving you some of the important proofs that is required. One is the implementation of vision mission statement, then alignment of curriculum with OBE, evolution of curriculum with changing industry trends, no more static curriculum approvals. This is very important. No more static curriculum. You have to show continuous updates and structured reforms. Reform strategy implementing education innovations like AI driven learning models, interdisciplinary projects, etc. You have to show the BOS minutes as the evidence to show that this was introduced in the new semester as a new course. Let us say you change an elective course to a new course. We are having, if civil, we take civil, we have geomatics or surveying. I can change that to geomatics and drone survey, something like that. So this our students may have to connect to electronics or computer science students to do this interdisciplinary project. So all those things can be considered. Then industry alumni employer feedback reports validating the relevance of the curriculum. So we have to take continuously, the students will be going for internship. You take the feedback from there and then you try to revise the curriculum. You introduce more industrial visits into the syllabi. You introduce the case studies into the syllabi. All these things are expected. So NBA is now tracking real implementation, not just policy documents. So this is the basic revised FCR logic. If an institution claims innovation, sustainability, industry relevance, lifelong learning, or societal impact in its vision and mission, then those elements must visibly appear in the curriculum delivery and student engagement. This is the essence of revised criteria 1. So basically, it is a continuous alignment change. The vision drives the curriculum, it drives the student engagement, and it produces the outcome. Now coming to criteria 2, which is the outcome-based teaching learning, we have 8 criteria. One is 2.1, which is quality of teaching learning process. Then quality of capstone project. Capstone project carries 25 marks. Then internship and industrial training, seminar and micro projects, case studies and real life example. It is a new one. Swayam NPTEL MOOC learning courses, which is already in criteria 10, now came into criteria 2. Then solving complex engineering problems with SDG mapping, and then industry institute partnerships. So these are the major criteria. And if you come to the old SAR, this is how it is. All these things, except you can see criteria 2.2, which is quality of capstone. Capstone project mainly means the final year project, the major project the students do. So it has 25 marks, and old SAR it was having 20 marks. And seminar, micro project, and mini project evaluation got added onto this criteria 2 now. It was not there before. Swayam NPTEL courses, as I said, it was in criteria 9. Now it got shifted to criteria 2. Then case studies, real life examples, it was there as a small portion, very small portion, as in 2.2.1G. Now it got into, it carries now 10 marks. And industry institute partnership carries 15 marks. So you can see that the criteria 2.1, which was initially in the old SAR, shifted to criteria 1 subsection 1.2. The marks are same, 30 marks, but it shifted to criteria 1 now. Now the criteria 2 is totally on teaching learning process. It's completely on teaching learning process. And it was initially having 70 marks. Now it got 120 marks, a 50 marks hike. So that is how importance that they are giving for teaching learning process. So as I said, it is experiential learning that they are looking. Questions you can ask in between. So why this shift? In the old SAR, it was evaluation based or on theory heavy passive learning, and assessment of classroom learning was what we did. Now the focus is on to experiential learning. It considers industry demand and real world experience, more weightage on projects, mini projects, and case studies. And sustainability goal has been actively incorporated. So whatever complex engineering problems you do, whatever activities the students do, whatever projects they undertake, make sure that the SDG part is taken there, and assess the employability skill from the internship, industry exposure, and self-learning. Because you have to, now we have to have proper process for the internship. The process should be clearly defined. Whether the department is having a process for sending the students to internship, what are the minimum requirements the students should achieve after they get come after the internship, the reports, the feedback from the industry, everything has to be shown as evidence. So now NBA is making the outcome based teaching learning a reality. So these are the evidences. As I said before, you have to show the problem statement, research and innovation component, industry mentorship and funding received for the projects, if any, case studies incorporated into the syllabi. You have to incorporate the case studies into the syllabi. That is one major evidence. So these are actually for capstone mini project evaluations. And for you have to maintain internship, industrial training data, certificates, feedbacks, reports, and their impact analysis. You simply don't keep the impact analysis. From the impact analysis, what are the measures taken? That also has to be proved. That is in the next year when the student goes for internship. What are the changes you made? Then integration of self-learning courses like SWIME, NPTEL, etc. into the assessments. Live projects conducted with the industrial partners, industry mentors. Evidence of sustainability-based project integration in coursework and their analysis. So this is important. So I'll suggest that better you keep a separate file for complex engineering problem solvings and for SDG related case studies connected to SDGs, because that is what they're asking for. They'll be looking into that for a thoroughly. So instead of showing that in separate course files, if every year, if you can just do it together, I mean, compile it together, it will be easy for the NBA experts to evaluate us. So teaching learning evaluation is transformed from simply listing the teaching activities to focus on showing how these methods actually help the students to learn, achieve the learning outcomes by adopting more student focused, measurable, and continuously improving teaching practices that reflect the true spirit of outcome based education. So, what they're actually doing is outcome aligned lesson planning, that is our academic calendar and the course plan, leads to the student-centric teaching strategies. As it was said before, in the course plan, we can include the assessment patterns and what we are trying to, the case studies, everything, right? And that will decide upon the student-centric teaching strategies, lead to active learning, and then the corrective teaching interventions can be done. It will improve the student learning outcomes, and that will ensure the continuous quality improvement. That is how it goes. So now let's come to criteria 3. So criteria 3, the outcome-based assessment. So it is the major shift is from formula-driven assessments to framework leading to career readiness. That is why you can see the continuous assessment evaluation uh, and SE question paper evaluation, laboratory workshop evaluation. All these evaluations are coming together now, the assessments. Then internship and industrial training evaluation has to be done. Then project evaluation has to be done. So you remember that there is a quality of projects in capstone project there, 25, it is 20. So the project file has to be very thoroughly done. The project file. It's a very heavy file. You have to take time and make sure you have the project file, the process, the flow chart, how, at what intervals the projects are being evaluated, what is the rubrics of evaluation. Everything should be crystal clear, the evidences. Then addressing the sustainable development goals, attainment of course outcomes, and attainment of POs and PSOs, everything. So you can see that attainment of PO, PSOs, and course outcomes, the mark is only 25 each. If you see the old SR, the marks were 75 each. So you can see the sudden huge drop in the marks. So this is what I was telling. Continuous assessment evaluation along with the semester and exam question paper evaluation together carried 50 marks. That was in criteria 2. Now it got shifted to criteria 3. and quality. All those things has to be correctly shown. So the exam controller of examinations and that their team has to clearly file and keep these proofs. Now, laboratory and workshop evaluation. So initially it was as a subsection of one of the sub criteria. Now it is included in the as a separate one. And you have to show the rubrics, the continuous evaluation, all those things. Then 3.4 is the industry internship training evaluation. So that is also, you have to do the impact analysis. Then project evaluation, then addressing the sustainable goals is a new one. And as I told, 3.7 and 3.8, there were 75 marks. So it is not the attainment they are focusing on. This is the process of attainment they are focusing on, just not the attainment. You have to ensure that you are having a clear process in doing the attainment calculations. So as I said, this criteria 3.1 got shifted to criteria 1.3 to 1.5. And yeah, and you can see there the criteria, in old criteria, the PO PSO mapping correlation had only 25 marks. Now it got shifted to criteria 1 where it carries 55 marks. So that is also an important aspect, because now they are actually looking on how you map your COs to POs. I mean, COPO mapping, COPO PSO mapping. That, how do you do that? Why do you give that weightage? What is the reason behind that? That is very, very important. So this 55, the 30 hike is exactly so you cannot simply come up with any random course outcomes. The course outcomes that you are writing down has to be relevant to the course, relevant to the POs, and the mapping should also be relevant. So these are the major additions. Evaluation was not there. Training, internship, evaluation, there was not sub criteria there. Evaluation of projects and evidence of addressing sustainable development goals. So these are the new additions that have come up. So why this shift? The old SCR focused on attainment calculation and the quality assurance in the assessments. So again, it was just a static documentation, basically focusing on whether we have all the POs covered or the articulation metrics there in hand, like that. Now the focus got shifted to the impact of the assessments to the students' learning and success. What is the impact? What is the outcome? That is why the criterion itself was outcome-based assessment. So the weightage of PO, PSO attainment reduced from 75 to 25, and the assessment process quality increased from 15 to 30. The emphasis is given to SDG in projects and problem-solving approaches. So now NBA focus on how assessment contributes to measurable student growth. You have to show the evidence for this. So what are the pros required? Documentation of assessment process and strategies, the evaluation rubrics, the faculty training on advanced assessment methods, effectiveness of assessment in student learning, and evidence on faculty mentoring, peer reviews, assessment redesign workshops, and student feedback mechanisms, SDG integration in course projects, and continuous improvement tracking mechanism. That is, you have to do some analytics on student performance, then performance trends across the batches, and evidence of competency-based assessments. And for laboratory and workshops, evaluation of rubrics, hands-on experiments, interdisciplinary collaboration, and industry-relevant training, students' exposure to real-world problem-solving using lab-based learning. So we have actually introduced in our new curriculum practical elective. So that actually will, as far as our department is concerned, we are making it flexible for the students to go with the current new requirements in the industry and experiment that and do that as a lab course. So like that, if you are doing something, that will all lead to the competency part. In student projects, a number of high quality research projects, industry sponsored initiatives, and innovation driven outcomes, alignment with global sustainability challenges, energy efficient campus initiatives, and contribution to long term social impact, and proof of patents, publications, and startup initiatives. So it is not just simply doing a project, but the project should keep everything in mind, the sustainability, the ethics part, everything in mind. So what is the logic? The institution shall implement a well-structured assessment process, integrate the real-world applications to the student projects, and focus on sustainable development initiatives. So these are the main focus. This is the focus on which the criteria 3 is being revised. Now coming to criteria 4, there is not much revisions happened. So only thing is that success rate now got merged. There was without backlog and with backlog. Now there is nothing like that. It is success rate of the students. So if we are having in our academic system, let us say you need this much credits, like 19 or 20 credits to get into S5, then if that student is getting, even if he is having backlogs, but he is getting into S5, then he can be considered as a successful student. Okay, so that is what the new criteria, that is a change in 4.2. Then academic performance of first year students was there in the criteria 8, which got shifted to criteria 4. Then academic performance of second year students was already there. Academic performance of third year students got added. Placement and higher studies and professional activities were already there. Okay, so compared to old SR, this is what I was telling. Criteria 4.3 was initially in criteria 8. Now, second year students is same marks. This came new, 4.5 came new. And professional activities, the weightage got hiked. Okay, so new criteria 4.3 and 4.5 got added for 20 marks. And the old criteria 4.2.1 got removed. 4.2.1, yeah, that's what I said. It got merged. So there is no without backlog. That part is not there. So 4.5, this is the academic performance. That is the new addition. And student publication also is a new addition. And now student publication got into this criteria. Okay. Fine. So why this shift? Now the student performance, initially the student performance was evaluated through multiple separate sub-criteria. Some in criteria 4, some in criteria 8, some in criteria 2, like that. Now, and the main focus was on pass percentage. Now it is streamlined, and now the success rate with backlogs got merged into single sub-criteria. And from criteria 8 and from criteria 2, whatever the related student things are there, that has come to criteria 4. So now again, the students are encouraged to participate in conference, technical competitions, and industry events because it carries 10 marks. Now NP expects structured process for tracking success and students to actively contribute to professional and research communities. So what are the evidences required? You need an year-wise graduation rate data, including the first attempt pass percentage, initiatives to improve success rates, the remedial sessions or the mentoring that you take, alumni tracking records, what are the career outcomes of the graduated alumni. Now, records of students participating in technical events, the certificates, brochures, photographs, etc., and their impact analysis, the student publication details, and the industry supported or industry collaborated research initiatives. So now the institutes must move beyond academic performance tracking and start mentoring the students for professional success. This is what is asked. So even in your mentoring file, make sure that something in this area is also coming in. The professional success. What are the measures that you take in mentoring the students to achieve professional success? Now coming to faculty, criteria 5, faculty information. Not much changes are there. Only thing is that if you see the old SAR, it was SFR ratio was 20. Now it came to 30. And now if you are having some allied departments, then you have to calculate the SFR ratio of the allied departments, everything put together, not separately. That is a major difference. Then faculty qualification had 20 marks before. Now the weightage got improved to 25 marks. The cadre proportion weightage was 20 marks. It got improved to 25 marks. Visiting adjunct faculty, the mark is same, and faculty retention, the mark is same. But in faculty retention, the calculation changed. Now, the new NBA criteria gives weightage for experienced faculty. How long the faculty is being there in the institution, that weightage has come up. And the total weightage for criteria 5 and 6 increased together from 200 to 220 marks. So these are the major additions. SFR has to be calculated considering the allied departments. And one second. Yeah, and the faculty retention, you can see if the faculty is having less than 1 year of experience, he or she is not being considered in the calculation. If it is between 1 and 2 years, then the weightage is 1. If it is between 2 and 3, the weightage is 2. And if it is between 3 and 4, the weightage is 4. So more than 4 years, you will be having a weightage of 4 in the calculation. So why this shift? In the old SAR, this was a combined information and contribution. So you can see that NBA recognized there were lots of contract faculty there, and now it has revised and it has considered faculty information alone as an entity, a separate criteria, and to who they are. That is, along with the qualifications, the stability of the faculty, the PhD, the SFR ratio, everything, and the department integrity. That is also a main focus. So what are the proofs required? Records proving the faculty tenure at the institute, the contracts, payrolls, attrition reports and all, and updated faculty database. That is regular faculty prioritized over. This is one important thing. If you take the total weightage of the contribution from the regular faculty, which is an experienced faculty in the department, their weightage is more than the adjunct faculty. So now NBA is expecting more stable department with more regular faculty. So NBA is now rewarding stability, long-term faculty retention, and academic excellence. So increased focus on faculty qualification and cadre balance to ensure institutions actively recruit and retain PhD holders to remain competitive. Institutions must now build long-term academic teams to maintain high scores in accreditation. This is the basic logic behind this revision of criteria 5. And now criteria 6, patents and publications is carrying 30 marks. Faculty development and higher learning carries 20 marks. Contribution to outside world carries 10 marks. Industry interaction and consultancy 25. Sponsored research grants 20. Professional activities and leadership 15 marks. It is not as per the regular sub-criteria. Numbering is different. Okay, I've just clubbed some of the sub-criteria together. That's why I'm not given the numbering here in criteria 6. But these are the major components they are looking into. So you can see the publication, patents and everything, it was given 35 marks, got reduced to 30 marks. The faculty development and higher learning is given more importance. Now it is 20 marks. Contribution to outside world is same. Then industry interaction and consultancy, it is now 25 marks. Importance to industries weightage is more. Sponsored research and grants is the same marks, and professional society activities is a new one which has been added. So the membership in professionals, when we talk about the contributions, NBA expects the faculty to be in line with the updations that is happening. So that is why we have to have more membership in the professional societies. And FDP, STTP organized by the department was not there. It was before, it was only participation. Now organizing also carries marks. It can be individually or in collaboration with other departments. And one important thing is that minimum duration has to be 5 days for organizing the FTP. Now the faculty support and student innovative projects is a new addition. So you have to show that the faculty is a mentor, facilitator, etc. in student events like hackathon, codathon, ideathon, like that. So we have to conduct more activities like this, because these are basically innovative things, codathon, hackathon and all. And then you have faculty internship training collaboration, a new addition, PhD student details, a new addition, institution seed money. These are all major additions that has come. So if you see criteria 6, the academic research, development activities, sponsored research, consultancy work, there's a reduction in marks. And some points you have got to notice, for faculty as resource persons, if you want to claim full marks, minimum 30% of the faculty, that is 3 or more. In a department, we need 9 is the required number of faculty. So minimum 3 has to be resource persons. So one person going for lots of programs will not fetch you marks. Faculty participation FDPs, if it is between 2 to 5 days, it is 3 marks. It is more than 6 days, it is 5 marks. So that change is there. And again, participation outside the institute alone will be considered. If you are having an FDP inside the institute and participating, that will not be considered. It's specifically given in the SAR. Now, faculty certification on MOOCs, 30% or more faculty from the department to claim full marks. Faculty support in project, 30% or more faculty members to claim full mark. Similarly for faculty internship and training. So this is a new criteria, faculty internship and training. So they expect the faculty to go to the industry or be in collaboration with the industry and do some trainings over there. And those evidences are important. So why this shift? The revised SAR highlights the growing emphasis of faculty engagement beyond teaching, encourages faculty to uh, industry exposure. So these are the proofs required. The record of faculty involvement in conferences, leadership roles, technical committees, certificates of the FTT attended, professional membership, list of students. What happened? Okay. List of students guided by faculty, patents, prototypes, then documentation of student participation in innovation challenges, details of faculty undergoing industrial training, MOUs with companies where faculty has been placed for exposure, seed money, then reports of funded faculty research, institutional policies, date on the number of PhD students, supervisor, the faculty members. All these proofs are required. There are many more. I mean, these are the important proofs. So revised SAR logic is it rewards multidimensional engagement beyond the basic research, introduces structured tracking for industry exposure, innovation, mentoring, and continuous learning. Faculty efforts are evaluated holistically rather than giving excessive weightage to a certain like publication alone. We have to have a holistic improvement. Coming to facilities and technical supports, everything is almost the same. If I take the old SAR, you can see only the 7.2, that is the additional facilities for quality improvement is what has been added. Others, everything is same, almost similar. So this is the additional facility. And the old SAR focus on the availability and maintenance of infrastructure, whereas now it's the shift focus towards a quality, safety, and research-driven enhancement. They expect the students to do some research in the lab, and that has to be displayed in the lab as the papers, journal papers, or some products, something that has been displayed in the lab. Additional facilities for improving the quality of learning experience, mandates, proper protocols, safety training, and compliance with the industry standards. So there are lots of requirements. That is, you have to show the new instruments. So because we are asking for additional facility. So when we say additional facility it is not a project lab or an additional lab. Within the lab, beyond the curriculum, have you added something? Whether the industry is collaborated with you to give up one additional equipment onto the lab. All those things will come under additional facility. And proof of impact, such as lab performance, student feedback, etc. Integration of virtual labs, standard operating procedures for lab safety, availability of all these emergency things, training records for students, audit reports on compliance, then proof of AICT compliance with the Center of Excellence. So if Center of Excellence is given importance, explicitly they are saying in this new criteria, Center of Excellence, research lab or project lab. So if you're having a Center of Excellence, you have to show the MOU with them, how far they have contributed economically as well as professionally. All those things you should have evidence. Industry collaboration resulting in joint research, then details of students actively using research labs, then maintenance of logbook, maintenance records, calibration records, safety inspection record, incident accident register, inventory records, waste disposal records, all these things will be looked into. So what is the revised SAR logic? Labs are now seen as the centers of learning, innovation, and industry collaboration. Institute must focus on quality upgrades, research-driven lab environments, and strong safety policies. So this is what the NBA people will be looking for. Now coming to the continuous improvement, as I said, it is a active feedback loop. So here you can see 8.1 as two sub-criteria, 8.1.1, which is a new one, which is the action based on CO attainment. And criteria, second section is action based on PO-PSO attainment. And 8.2 is academic audit and action taken. 3 is improvement in quality, faculty qualification and contribution. And 4 is improvement in academic process. So if you take the old SAR, the CO attainment was not there. Now the CO attainment also has to be added. So it is not merely the action taken you have to write, you have to identify the gaps, why the target was not attained. Then on to that gap, what are the actions that you have taken, and whether you have to do the impact analysis and check out whether the action, the target has been attained. If the target is attained, you enter into the curriculum. If the target is not attained, what are the additional measures that you're taking? All these you need proof. Then action based on POPS attainment was already there. Now audit was there. Now, improvement in faculty qualification and improvement in academic process. This is a new one. Here you have to show the improvement, as in the journal publication or patents or competencies, whether faculty has taken new qualifying degrees or whether they have gone for some additional trainings, all those things. Similarly, improvement in academic performance of the students. So you are having this first year. That is why the first year performance, second year performance, and third year performance was incorporated in criteria 4. So that from there you will be able to show the performance and whether they are continuously improving. So these are the new additions, actions taken based on the results of evaluation of CO attainments, improvement in faculty qualification, and improvement in academic performance. Yeah. So why this shift? Old SAR is actually a surface level continuous improvement documentation, just documenting the results. Now it is measurable, data-backed improvements in curriculum, faculty, and student learning outcomes. So if you're having any attainment, if the attainment is less, are you incorporating additional educational reforms into the curriculum? Are you adding some case studies into the syllabi? Are you introducing a new elective course? Or are you shifting the core courses from some semester to the other? All those things are looked into. Emphasis on how institutions act upon the assessment results. So it is basically closing the loop. What are the actions that we take? So now NB expects continuous academic process generated within the internal ecosystem. So actually, if you see, there was initially a criteria wherein the quality of admitted students were taken into account. Now it is not there. Because now what NB expects is that whatever is the quality of the students, how far it is the student growth and competency is achieved within our ecosystem is what the focus is on. So these are the proofs. The COPO, PSO evaluation based on the improvements. So for that, you need detailed assessment reports tracking the student attainment levels over the multiple academic years, structured action plans for improving curriculum, teaching methods, and assessment tools. That is very important. That is how you close the loop. Evidence of student-faculty discussions and feedback loops driving improvements. Now, for faculty qualification and contribution improvements, you have to have the proof of percentage of faculty pursuing PhD or received PhD or higher education qualifications, faculty participating in research, FDPs, and certification. You have to show the comparison over the years. What is the improvement? Growth in faculty publication, patents, research projects over the time. And for academic performance improvement of students, compare the student performance trends on different cohorts, demonstrate interventions like remedial coaching, mentoring, skill-based courses that have improved the student results. So don't simply say that we have done remedial coaching. How the impact of remedial coaching, that impact analysis should also be shown. Evidence of innovative teaching practices that have contributed to better learning outcomes. Which are the best practices that you have? Those things you have to show. This is criteria 9. It's a large criteria. There are 14 sub-criteria. Everything is institutional level, 9 and 10 club together. I'm not reading everything. I think all these things are there. I'll just say what are the major revisions. These are the new additions. Everything was similar. Criteria 9, e-governance has been added, and innovative educational initiatives and implementation. These are the two things that has been added in the criteria 9. So sub-criteria that has been added. One is quality of learning resources. So initially, if you remember, the library resources, everything was checked upon. Now, instead of that, it is the e-learning resources like hard and soft learning materials available, e-governance. Then they have included some modern governance trends like initiatives and implementation of sustainable development goals, then educational initiatives and innovative educational initiatives and outreach activities. These are the sub-criteria that has been added, and these are the sub-criteria that has been removed. that is stating the vision mission of the institute. That is not relevant here. Library and internet has been removed because it is already a mandatory requirement under AICT regulations. So obviously the institutes will be having that. Then decentralization in working and grievance cell mechanism has also been addressed by AICT, which is a mandatory requirement. And delegation of financial powers. So financial delegation is considered as a internal governance matter and not an accreditation parameter. So these are the 4 criteria that has been removed. And the sub criteria with reduced marks, feedback analysis marks got reduced from 15 to 10, and institutional strategic planning and effective implementation monitoring reduced from 25 to 10. That is because the focus is more on executing and tangible outcomes rather than just putting that on a paper. So in summary, the revised NBA SAR aims to transform the institutions into outcome-driven institutions, research and innovative ecosystems, industry-ready learning centers, transparent and accountable organizations, sustainable campus, and student-centric ecosystem. So now NBA encourages institutions to move beyond compliance-based education accreditation to impact-based quality assurance through evidences. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. So if you're having any queries, if possible, I'll answer within my limited knowledge.
Regarding industry internship for the faculty members, is there any mandatory requirement for the industry where that faculty has to go?
Actually, the industry, we are updating the curriculum, right, based on the current industry trends. So when we update the curriculum, the faculty should also be updated with the industry trends. So for that, which industry the faculty should go, and what are the additional the things that the faculty has acquired from the industry? That is the evidence that they are asking for.
Sorry, ma'am. My question was, is there any, I mean, the whether it is it should be a very big industry or a small industry,
No,
or
nothing like that. Only
or,
thing is
or
that
it is
it is
is
based
there
on.
an is it to be accredited by some agency like that? Is there
I
any
don't think
mandatory
so.
requirement?
I don't think so.
Okay, any
I've not
industry.
read any mandatory requirements as such. What they're saying is that you should acquire knowledge, and there should be growth for the faculty also, like students.
Okay.
That is what they're focusing on. That's what my understanding is.
Okay. What about the proofs required for such internship, faculty internship?
Yeah, the training period, the certificate from there,
Yeah.
and after they come up from the internship, they are supposed to give a within the faculty. They are supposed to give a seminar.
Yeah.
In the
Understood.
faculty. So proof of that, then whether how far it got incorporated into the curriculum where they're teaching, whether the faculty has done some, ask the students to do some projects related to that or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
For certain, like for
Okay,
certain
okay.
guy.
That I've not added, right?
Yeah.
I'll do one thing. I'll add that in the slide, and when the slide is sent, I'll put that. I forgot that part. It was there with me, but that slide is not added here.
Ma'am, whether we are doing the peer attainment batch wise, right?
Sorry?
We are doing the peer attainment batch wise,
Huh.
not means for a particular 2021-25 batch.
Actually, you can do it both ways. Like PU attainment batch wise, when you do, you'll be getting the attainment of the entire batch. That is one thing. Suppose you want to improve your teaching learning process, and if you want to do the gap analysis, what we do is that we'll do the attainment semester wise also, and we see whether there is some problem in the attainment, whether we have to add something in the syllabus so that in the next semester when the juniors come, how to improve it. So for that we need attainment to be calculated semester wise for each.
But generally we are doing for batch wise, right? But
That is what NBA is asking.
Yeah.
But if we want to improve our curriculum and teaching learning process, we have to do it semester wise, and we have to put that in the department assessment committee and the department advisory board, not the department advisory, the board of studies, and then we have to get the.
then,
revisions.
ma'am, one issue what we are going to face is we will be going for the next NBA in 2028. in which in the past 3 pass out batch, one will be under KTU and the remaining 2 will be in autonomous. So how can we show the PO advancement in that case?
Actually, it is for the for batch wise is what you are going to show in I mean, in the accreditation part. I mean, when the accreditation comes, it is for one particular batch, every batch you're showing. But you can say that in KTU, the curriculum was like this, and this is the attainment. Now you understood that this is the attainment they are getting, so revised the syllabus or the curriculum design, and this is the new attainment semester wise, so there is an improvement. And this is how you have improved your curriculum.
So we need to show both KTU
Yes,
as
yes,
well
both,
as
yes, both you have to
for
show.
Tier 1 and Tier 2.
Yes, yes. It is not tier 1, tier 2
I
like
know.
that.
Means, actually, one batch is actually under Welcome and Tier 2 because it's under KTU. Remaining 2 is actually Tier 1.
You don't bother about whether it is KTU or this. It is actually the attainment that matters. You are teaching them, the students are getting what is the outcome from the your teaching learning. That is the focus.
Program outcomes are the same.
Yeah, POs are the same.
Yeah.
So,
But even for earlier, it was 12 POs, right? Now it has changed to 11. So the program outcomes are changed from
yeah,
12
that
to.
is okay. That you do changes in the calculation. Like you can, whatever the KTU, the 12 outcomes are there, you merge that 6 and 7 together and put that as one.
Actually,
That is all.
two
In Excel
outcomes
sheet,
got
you can do.
merged.
Yeah.
Two outcomes got merged.
You
So
can
that
just take the average.
So whether means you have told so many calculations. So we need to means for like a faculty contributions, etc. In this case, whether the marks are calculated year wise or we are taking the average
You
in
don't
3.
have to worry anything. It will be automatically calculated within the SCR itself. You just have to put the which calculations are you talking about?
Means
Faculty retention.
faculty retention
All these things are automatically calculated within the NBA. When you input the data in the portal itself, it gets calculated. This is the calculation formula by which they calculate. That is all.
the SAR they will calculate in the
Automatically they'll calculate.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the very clear you have highlighted the old SAR to the new SAR, where it was all the points like what all is from your documentation, like whether the system is in place. That was what we had earlier pointed out. So that is being shifted to outcome-based, how it is verified, and you had shown all the evidences also. Ma'am, I would like to know whether in the 1.5 we had that CO PO articulation.
Yes.
So in that, the W case, whether that is also included in the new SAR?
Actually, it has to be shown in the curriculum components. In the curriculum, you will be showing the PO courses offered and PO PSO. No, there you have to add. But that I don't think it is there in the portal. But you have to show it as the evidence. How you evolved the curriculum, how you design the curriculum. There you have to show the evidence.
Okay, so because when we look at the new SAR, there is no particular rubrics for including the W case also.
As
So,
I've not seen the portal,
that
but
is
I feel that it will not be there because as far as the NBA is saying, what I understood is that it will be there in we have to explain to the NBA evaluators that we have considered WKs also.
also while including
because to ensure the depth of knowledge to which that particular course has been offered.
Okay, so if possible in the question papers also we have to
Better
look,
you do
all
that,
our
but
adjustments. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And how did you incorporate the SDG into the curriculum and especially for the projects? Because if you look at the SDG, there are very few which can be applied into the educational system. So could you please throw some light onto how did you incorporate and
actually even in the NBA they are specifically giving. I'm not sure whether I have the so if you see the capstone project, they're explicitly saying how far it is connected to the environment, the sustainability, the safety, the ethics. All these are coming in SDGs, right? As SDG goals. Many of so this already it is there in the last time also. I think we had mapped it this right in the previous in the SCR also it is there. I think it's not there. Yes, yes. Yeah. Academics is only few. Yeah, there are only few, but I think environment is there, right? Cost is there. Then, yeah, so that we have to see. I mean, I have to take that 17 goals and see which and all I'll be able to connect. No, you have to show the evidences. Yeah. No, attainment SDG as such separately as attainment part is not there. We are just asking how which are all POs are getting attained.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Then regarding the complex engineering problem,
Yes, in the complex engineering problems and in what projects, case studies, real life examples, all those things we can incorporate the basic societal needs and the SDG parts. That's what we're expecting. Just to, mainly to show the evidences on whether the students are focused into SDGs also, whether they are aware of the societal or the global changes, all the challenges, all those things.
ma'am, will you please again explain how to implement, I mean, this complex engineering problem into this? I mean,
That's what I said. Complex engineering problem, basically, it is the problem which is an open-ended problem. Sir was telling yesterday, it is an open-ended problem.
yeah,
Like it will not be having a single solution.
multiple solutions.
It will be having multiple solution. It will be having some uncertainties.
Yeah.
It will be
Then
interdisciplinary.
interdisciplinary.
A new technology may be coming. So if the students are able to consider all those, come up with a judgment and come up with a sustainable solution to that, that is a complex. Hackathon is a complex engineering activity.
Can we consider an interdisciplinary subject
Yes,
as a
that
complex?
that is what is expected. We
Okay.
have to do some interdisciplinary projects or do some give some assignments. That is what principal was before telling, that we have already incorporated the alternate assessment methods, wherein we don't have internal exam too. Instead, the faculty themselves are going to give some case studies or real life examples, and they will be asking them to do it. We'll be giving some time and making them do it, solve the problems by themselves.
Whether we have to do this complex engineering problem for all the subjects, I mean, all the courses?
That is up to you, because we mainly make sure that at least 2 subjects they are incorporating
in a semester.
in a particular semester. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
2
you.
or 3. Yeah.
So
Because
what are the
students should not be
evidences?
taxed.
How do you display the evidence? I mean, bring the
This is
evidences.
how we do. That is what I said. All the assignments that is related to case studies or design-based problems or real life examples. All those things you can put in a single file, in a single course file, semester-wise.
Okay, so we are running short of time. I know this is an area where you have a lot of queries. Just to comment on one question about SDG, usually there is one suggestion which I've seen around is that an institute can focus on an SDG. So you can bring in projects that way also, like for good health, clean water, clean energy, uh, better education, equality of gender. These are SDGs where we can easily do some projects. And we can have an interdisciplinary project with a survey that the students can do and bring in projects to various departments. And thereby it will help the departments, the institution, and also to get further funding. That is what in general we see. So you can, the institution itself can focus on 2 or 3 SDG goals and move forward with it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. And I know why after this session, we all have some heart beating because we have to do all this. We have to document all this thing. How will we show this evidence? And for that, we have someone with us, Dr. Mendes. He was an academician and he knows the pain of doing all this administration. And as teachers, we want to teach. We don't like the filing part that is there. So, but Sir has started his own venture where IPSR, and what he says is smart, easy solution to real challenges HEI faces. So he is here and he will give now some tips in which how we can make our process continuous and let us do the documentation along with it. So I invite Dr. Mendes for the next session.
Respected faculty colleagues, good morning. So you are supposed to sit here for one full day, I hope. I have seen the schedules starting from morning to evening. No? Okay. So how much time as a faculty you can sit in a session without sleeping? Or what is the duration of, what is the attention span of a student nowadays? 20 minutes? Means if you are a good teacher, the student will sit there, no? Or no? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, good. So any other suggestions? According to the recent research, it's only 8 minutes. 8 minutes is the duration, the attention of a student, the Gen Z student. And I think it is less than 8 minutes, the duration of a Insta reel, that is the attention span of a student nowadays. Now we are teaching them for 1 hour, no? Our sessions are for 1 hour, no? Okay. So do you think that the student is listening carefully for the 60 minutes? Okay. So that means we have to have a paradigm shift from teaching to learning. There should be paradigm shift from teaching to learning. And that is the philosophy of outcome-based education. So if you want to implement OB in the proper way, not just for calculating the attainments, if you focus on the processes to improve the quality of education, definitely there should be a paradigm shift from teaching to learning. So we had a lot of discussions about the accreditations, then the attainment calculations, the data analysis, all these things. We will also discuss few points now today. And how we can improve the quality of education, that is very important. And that is the purpose of implementing outcome-based education, according to UGC or according to AICT or according to all these regulating bodies. So I will just start with one report. Some of you might have already seen it. This is one of the report of a study conducted in Indian education system. The study was for 4 years. It was an ethnography study. Around 150 professionals were involved in the study. And the person who was coordinated the study is a resource person for tomorrow, I hope, Dr. Suresh Nambudiri. He was the person who coordinated the study. And they have visited many institutions from south to north, east to west, throughout the country, met with around 37,000 stakeholders, including students, parents, teachers, doctors, hostel wardens, etc. And this is one of the report. If you want to know more about the study and the reports, definitely you can connect with Dr. Suresh Nambudiri. He's a resource person for 2 days, I hope. Yeah. Now, what is the importance of this report for we people, for faculty members? You can see 94% of graduates studying in India, they are confused graduates. That means, according to Bloom's taxonomy, if you connect it with the Bloom's taxonomy levels, you can see if you ask questions like what is something or define something or list something, the students will just memorize the things. They will write answer for that. And many of our questions, if you check with our assessments, I've gone through many institutions all over India. We have conducted analysis of the assessments, including the reputed universities and institutions. Everywhere we can see 80 to 100% of the assessments are in the first two levels, especially the exam questions. Okay, that may be one of the reasons because this is the benchmark we have already set for the students. So how the students are going to study? They will just collect the old purpose. They will go through the old question purpose and they will study according to the questions appeared in the old question purpose. And we can see this is the case. Now, we have only 3.7% of graduates who are average graduates. That means they can understand the concept and they are able to explain it in their own words. That is very important. So we have only 3.7%. And going above, we can see we have only 1.5% of graduates who are practical graduates. That means They can understand the concept and they are able to apply it in a different situation. That is very important. If you want to apply it, means they should apply it in a different situation. Okay. And going up, you can see we have less than 1% of the students in India who are able to analyze, evaluate, or create something new. And if you compare it with the developing countries or developed countries, it's around 15% in developed countries, whereas in India, it's less than 1%. Okay. Now, as a faculty, what is our role or what is our goal? We should bring our students to the higher levels, because nowadays you can see IT companies, they are the biggest recruiters for the last maybe 10 to 15 years. And they are recruiting from the second category onwards. When they conduct interviews, they used to recruit from the second category onwards. And in future, you cannot expect that the first two levels will get a job. What is the reason? Because of AI. All these jobs will be replaced by robots or AI, or AI agents or AI tools. Okay, that means as a faculty, we should bring our students at least to the third level, not to the third level, to the fourth level onwards. That is why in new education policy, the 21st century skills are mentioned. Problem solving skills, critical thinking, and creativity. These three skills are very important. That means from analyze level onwards, our students should be able to analyze certain things or evaluate or create something new. Okay. Now we connect it with Bloom's taxonomy, because Bloom's taxonomy is very much important when we implement OB. That is a foundation. And today we will discuss some of the insights on Bloom's taxonomy, not just the theoretical aspects. Okay. Because almost all of you might have attended many sessions on Bloom's taxonomy. So I'm not going to explain what is Bloom's taxonomy today. We will discuss on the insights. So I will skip all these things. We will just focus on the outcomes. So what is mean by outcomes? Observable, measurable results. Everybody knows it. Now I'm designing an outcome for this small section on Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, this is a discussion on Bloom's taxonomy, not a session. So I'm setting a outcome. My outcome I design like this. All the participants sitting here should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy. Apply Bloom's taxonomy in teaching, learning, and assessments, framing assessments. It's very clear, no? All the participants should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy in teaching, learning, and assessment activities. Okay. Everybody knows this is the person who has designed Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy is very important because it is used in designing the curriculum, selecting teaching methods, creating appropriate assessments. It's very important. Bloom's taxonomy is very important. Everybody knows this one. And there is a quote by Benjamin Bloom. What is the quote? What any person in the world can learn, almost all persons can learn if provided with appropriate prior and current conditions of learning. What any person in the world can learn, almost all persons can learn. Almost all persons can learn if provided with appropriate prior and current conditions of learning. So what it means? We used to classify students as slow learners, advanced learners, etc. Is it a proper way? Or can you say that every student is unique? What is the correct form? Every student is unique, no? Yes, yes, yes. Mm. If all are the same. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. That is what Benjamin Moore said, sir. Every student is unique. If given the proper environment, that is what's happening in the Western countries. But in Indian education system, what you said, that is not happening. That's the problem. Okay. Yes, yes. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Hmm.
Apply level at least. And I think most of the institutions are doing that. Then why this is not happening?
Sir, we cannot claim that most of the institutions are doing that. We cannot claim like that. With my experience, I can tell you. Anyway, in the course of the time, I will give you some examples. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that is where my one consideration that I have looked into. I don't know whether there are studies why it is happening like that. One thing, major thing is that social settings and our medias and all are influencing people not to do serious business. Right? They are being carried away by that. Every wave that comes on the way. That is how this attention span is going down and down and down.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, the whole world is trying to pull them to a different direction. And we are at the fag end trying to bring them on the rail. I believe it has to start from school days onwards, where everybody is promoted simply like that without any knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, what you said is correct, sir. Because we have a lot of constraints like that, lot of challenges as a faculty now. That is what I am going to convey now. We have a lot of challenges as a faculty because every day the system is changing, technology is changing, and you can see AI coming in different ways. So all these are there, challenges are there. Okay. Now I have a question for you. All of you are experienced faculty, great teachers. Can you give us some of the qualities or attributes of a great teacher? What are the qualities of a great teacher? Start with one at least. Communication skills, of course. Then knowledge. Okay. Patience. Hmm? Listening skill. Empathetic, sympathetic. Okay. Then hmm? Teacher should be a learner, continuous learner. Anything else? Is it enough? Pardon me? Yeah. You should explain things in the in a simpler way, no? Okay. Anything else? Practical knowledge. Hmm? Adaptive. Understand the student. Understand the learner. That is very important. Hmm. Know the student. Yeah. So if you can list down the attributes or qualities like that, you can have 30 or 40 attributes. Okay. Can you classify these 30 or 40 attributes broadly into three categories? Can you group them into three? Hmm. Knowledge is there. Okay, fine. Hmm? Empathy is a subset. Attitude, knowledge, attitude. Then one more is there. Skill. Yes, correct. Attitude, skill, knowledge, or we call it ask. So what it mean by what are these attitude, skill, knowledge? These are the three pillars of a professional. These are the three pillars of a professional, and Benjamin Bloom has classified the three domains of Bloom's taxonomy into three areas. One is cognitive domain, which represents knowledge. Affective domain, which represents attitude, and psychomotor domain, which represents skill. And these are the three pillars of a professional. Okay, this is the basis of Bloom's taxonomy. Three domains. Okay. Cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. Which one is the most important one? Attitude, skill, or knowledge? Attitude. Yes. Attitude is the most important one. When companies recruit now, they look for the attitude. Even if you get a 100% mark or first rank, you will not be recruited if your attitude is not the correct one. So attitude is the most important one. Okay. So we will be incorporating these three domains into our curriculum when we design curriculum. We have to integrate these three domains, not only the cognitive domain, the affective domain should be there, the psychomotor domain should be there when we design the curriculum. Design the curriculum means not only the syllabus, the assessments, all these things comes under curriculum. Okay. So these are the 6 levels of learning in cognitive level. So I'm not going to define all these things. We will just have a discussion, some insight. So everybody knows what is meant by remembering level, understanding level, applying level, everything. All of your faculty members, you are doing research. You may be publishing papers, research papers, and some of you may be undergoing research. So you'll be publishing your thesis. What is the process involved in research? You start with the review of literature. That means you will be analyzing what? The recent research happening in your topic. That is analysis, review of literature. Okay. Without proper knowledge of the subject, you cannot conduct that analysis. That is the fourth level of learning. Then, after the review of literature, after analyzing this research purpose, what you will do next? Evaluate. That means you are identifying a gap. You're identifying a gap. That is evaluation. And finally, you will be coming out with your research paper or the thesis. That is create level. Okay. But in most of our question papers, we can see create level questions. Are they really create level questions? We just use the action verb and we will put them into create level or something like that. For example, computer science faculty is here, no? Computer science faculty members. We used to ask a question like develop a program. Suppose you teach C programming or Python programming and you will be asking questions like develop a program. So what is the level of that question? Apply. What is the action verb? The action verb is create level. And many faculty members, they think that this is create level. No, what is the cognitive challenge in answering that question? That is very important. What is the cognitive challenge of the student in answering that question? Or what is the process? Like in the classroom, you will be teaching C programming. You will be discussing the programming concepts and everything. And you will be giving some examples there in the classroom. The students will be writing programs. And in some cases, the same programs may be asked for the exam. Is it correct? And in some other cases, you can see there may be a different question, but the scenario, okay, is almost same. Then what is the cognitive challenge of the student in answering that question? Is it apply level or less than that? What is the level then? From or maximum understanding. The same question, if you ask, it can be Romer level. Just memorize the question. It's already discussed in the class, and you are asking the same question for the exam means just memorizing that concept, and the student is able to answer it. Okay, but many faculty members will categorize this question in the apply level or even in the create level. I've seen a course outcome written in one of the universities in Kerala for my subject, mathematics. The course outcome is like this: create awareness of graph theory. Graph theory is a mathematics subject. Create awareness of graph theory among students. This is a course outcome written in one of the universities in Kerala. What is the level of this course outcome? Understanding only. But they classified it as create level. They put it create level because the verb is create. So lot of misconceptions like is happening in the OB implementation process. That's what I try to address these things. Okay, we will discuss some of engineering problems. Some questions I already with me. We will discuss it. So look at the cognitive challenge of the question. How the student is going to answer it. That is very important. That is the way we can classify the questions into different levels. And there are a lot of limitations, especially for the science subject. Can you ask a create level question for a semester exam or an internal exam in your subject? Any engineering, I think all of your engineering faculty members, no? Arts and science here? Anybody from arts and science? No, only engineering. Yeah, can we ask a create level question in any of the engineering disciplines for the exam, semester exam or internal exam? Is it possible? No. Apply even analyze level, of course. You can ask, but cannot evaluate. Can the student be able to write the answer in half an hour? Because one question may have only 30 minutes, no, for answering the question for the semester exam, maximum. Is it possible? No. But in many question papers, we have seen create level questions. Okay. So the cognitive domain, we'll be discussing cognitive domain now. Structured learning, where one level supports the next, or learning progresses in a continuum. That means without understanding a concept, you are not able to apply it. Without the apply level knowledge, you cannot analyze. For analyze, you need more knowledge. Without analyzing, you cannot evaluate. And without evaluation, you cannot create something new. So this is a continuum. This is a process, it's a continuous process. Learning happens in a continuum. So we will just go through, yeah, we will leave this one. These are all questions from the other side. Understanding means it's connecting the dots. Everybody knows it. Knowledge without application is like a book never opened. Is it correct? This is very important. The ability to analyze is the beginning of critical thinking. Critical thinking is very important nowadays. As I mentioned earlier, in NEP, it is written clearly that 21st century skills, one is critical thinking. So we have to promote that critical thinking ability in the classrooms. Evaluation is not criticism. It is thoughtful judgment for growth and creativity. Okay. So we will leave this one. This exam reforms also we will leave. I will have a few questions from all domains. Then I will pass on to engineering domain. for our understanding, just I have a question like, analyze the motives of the speech by Mark Antony in the Shakespearean play, Julius Caesar. If you read the question alone, what is the level of this question? Sunlight level. And if you read the context, what is the context? A student learns from the notes. That means you are giving the notes in the class and the student is writing the answer in his own words. So what is the level now? Understanding level, because he is answering in his own words. Okay, that means if you are giving notes in the class and the same question you are asking for the exam, it's only Romer level. Okay, for every subject it's like that. Then I have another question like, find the volume of a cube when one of its sides is known. It's a high school question, no? What is the level of this question? Remembering the formula, just substituting that value. This is not application. Many teachers, they think that this is application level. It's not application, just substituting the formula. Okay. Yeah, this is a SALT analysis of something like that. Debate the pros and cons of net banking. What is the level of this question? Pros and cons. It's more than analyzing. You have to evaluate. Then only you can identify the pros and cons. Again, if notes are given in the class, the levels will come down. Okay. Create a new model for classification of the learning objectives. That means if you are coming out with a new model instead of Bloom's taxonomy, this is a career level question. But you cannot ask us a question for the exam. Maybe if you come out with a new model, that can be a research publication. That can be a research publication. So you can incorporate more higher order questions in the continuous assessments. I hope in Rajagiri you have some assignments, some innovative type of assignments Madam was mentioning during the previous session. So that definitely you can have higher order questions in that case. So it's very important as an autonomous institution or from other colleges also. I hope some autonomous colleges may be there. So in autonomous colleges, you are controlling the entire system. As a faculty, you are teaching, you will be framing questions, assessments, and you are evaluating the student. That is where OB can be implemented in the proper way. Because the OB system, we have just borrowed it from the Western universities. In Western universities, the professor will be teaching the content, framing questions, assessments, and finally evaluating the student. Okay. So in autonomous colleges or universities, you can implement OB in the proper way because the teacher has the control. Okay. You can design the entire curriculum with assessments and all. I will just have some engineering questions also. Then we will. Yeah. We will quickly go through some questions. If there is any change, you can comment on it. Design a robotic arm that can sort colored objects using image processing. Is it grade level question? Can we ask this question for the exam? No, it can be a project or something like that. Okay. Use MATLAB to simulate a second order control system. I put it at the apply level. Differentiate between wired and wireless sensor networks. What is the level? According to the action verb, it is an analyze level question. But considering the teaching learning activities happening in the class, it's only understanding level, no? Summarize the working of a four-stroke internal combustion engine. Okay, define. Assess the efficiency of solar panels in different weather conditions. That is again evaluation. All these are practicals. We can do it. You can give it as an assignment or a project or something like that. Okay, suppose mainly the IT companies, we have already discussed about the programming questions. The IT companies, when they recruit, they give us assessments like this. Optimize the code. Suppose a 2,000 or 3,000 lines of code written by an expert is given, and the candidate has to optimize the code, reduce the number of lines. What is the level of that activity, according to Bloom's taxonomy? What is the level of that activity? Analyze, or in some cases, it can go up to evaluate level. And the other assessments like debug the code debugging. What is the level? The Ruby works in the code, and the candidate is asked to debug the code. What is the level of that question? Yeah, it can go up to evaluate level. Okay, this is how companies are recruiting students. That means we have to bring them to that level. So these are some questions. I will just, if you have any suggestions, you can just give your suggestions also. So design a login authentication system with a two-factor security. What is the level of this question? What about the action verb? It's create. Is it actually a create level question? No. I put it in the apply level only. What about this one? Evaluate the effectiveness of hashing in database index. I put it in the understanding level because it's a simple question. But if, the action verb is evaluate. Okay. Civil engineering faculty is here. Somebody from civil engineering. Okay. I have few questions here. What about this one? Analyze soil samples from two sites for sustainability in foundation layer. Evaluate. I put it the analyze level. What about this one? Propose a layout for a smart drainage system in urban areas. I put it the create level. This is actually design system, no? Is it okay? Assess the environmental impact of a highway project. Can we ask this question for the exam? It can be an assignment or it can be a project or something like that, no? The student has to conduct the study. Okay, if you have more continuous assessments, you can include all these areas. So there are some universities, evolving institutions in India where continuous assessment have 80% weightage. For example, Symbiosis International University in Bangalore, they are having 80% weightage for continuous assessment. So we will quickly wind up this one. Um, what about this third question? Electronics faculty members, it is create level or is it only apply level? What is your opinion? Any suggestions? Okay. Okay. Any suggestions? You can come up with that suggestions. Yeah.
We'll have a short break for 15 minutes. Please strictly keep the time. We'll assemble back after 15 minutes.
Okay, if you have any suggestions, please come forward. This is the electronics and communication. We will pass on to the next one. Suppose if it is mechanical engineering, a few questions, we will just go through it. Okay, what is the level? Apply, no? Application means you are applying a concept in a different situation, in a new situation. That is application. Earlier we had discussed a question like calculate the volume of a cube. Calculate the volume of a cube when one side is known. What is the level of that question? We have discussed this at 2. Why it is not applied? What is the reason? Non formula, and we are not applying that formula in a new situation. So instead of that question, how can you make it an apply level question? The same concept. Finding the volume of a cube, can you convert it in an apply level question? Can you rephrase it? Don't mention it as a cube. That's what we discussed. If you are given a water tank, a tank full of water, and if you immerse a cube into it, how much water will overflow? Something like that. If you connect it with a scenario, it can be apply level. Or we can have a case study, for example, in a management or a social work. We can have a case study. And if you add more scenarios into it, if it is more complicated, then the level will go up. It can be analyze level. In some cases, it can be evaluate level, something like that. Okay. Or if it is a literature or a English literature or subject like that, if you ask a question like write a poem, what is the level of that question? It is a level question. Even you can ask that question for the exam. And what about the rubrics? We were also mentioning about the rubrics when we have discussed the accreditation process. What about the rubrics? If it is a low order question, the rubrics is almost fixed. If it is a Romer level question, if you ask a question like what is GST? What is goods and service tax? What is GST? It's a level 1 question. The rubrics is also fixed. There is only one answer for that. Okay. And if the question is analyze level or evaluate level or create level, the rubrics should be more flexible. Some of the students will come with out of the box solutions for a create level question. Okay. So the rubrics also should be flexible in that case. Okay. Okay. What about this question? Mechanical engineers? I hope you're here, no? Mechanical engineering faculty. Yeah. What is the level of this question? Evaluate. So how will you give the question in an exam? Can you give the data there? You have to give the data, no? That is the question. So for exam, if you ask such a question, then what will be the level? And even if it is a project or assignment, without giving the data, they have to go through the internet and they collect the data based on it. Then it can be evaluate level. So there is a difference. Is it okay? Okay. I put it in the evaluate level because this is actually an evaluate level question. But if you ask the exam, semester exam, giving the data and everything, again, the level will come down. That depends. That depends on the teaching learning activities in the class also. Okay. What about this one? Play. Hmm? I put it in the create level. That depends. Again, it can be an apply level question if it is asked in the exam with some data or already discussed in the class. Something, if you can simulate in the exam, that means it's apply, or even less than that. Okay. I put it the K2, at least understanding level. Actually, this is an analyze level question. No? The verb, if you look at the verb alone, it's an analyze level question. Okay. Management faculty is here. How many is there? Only one. Okay. Quickly, we will go through some questions. Okay. What about this one? What about this one? It can be apply or create. Depends on the scenario, how the question is asked. Okay. I put it in the create level. What about this one? Judge the feasibility of launching an IPO during a recession. Evaluate. Yeah. This is actually evaluation. So we will skip this one. There was a question I think, sir, you asked a question, no? Yeah. Can you repeat that question?
Sir, mathematic related questions like in operations research questions like that questions can be in the apply level or higher levels because it can be in different ways it can ask or like that. That's my question.
How many mathematics faculty members? Okay. Teaching mathematics in engineering colleges and it's a difficult thing because the students will think that this is not their subject. Usually that is the thinking of the student. They will think that only programming languages or a mechanical engineering purpose, they are their subjects. Mathematics is not their subject. But the foundation of all engineering subjects is mathematics. Everybody knows it. Now coming to this question that is operational research or quantitative techniques. So I'm interested in that subject because that is my subject. My PhD is in operational research. My subject is mathematics. So how we can convert, how we can ask an apply level question in operational research? I hope everybody knows linear programming. All of you engineers, I hope you have studied linear programming, maybe inventory, project management, all these subjects you have studied. So in linear programming, in earlier days, there were questions like using simplex method, solve an LPP model. This was the question. So what is the level of that question? Understand? It's not apply. Just asking a question, straight question. The linear LPP model is given. The constraints are given, the objective function is given, just solve by using simplest method. It's a direct question. Instead of that, if you ask the student to develop a model, linear programming model, you give the constraints, you give the data, everything. It can be a product mix problem or something like that, or a problem from the engineering side. You ask the student to develop that model and solve by using any of the methods. The student has to identify the method. This is an application level question, because we have to develop a model and it should be a complex one, not a simple one. The constraint should be there. And again, you can add some scenarios like if you change the, if the price is changed or the raw material availability is changed, what happens? That is again analysis. Okay. So again, just like the management questions, if you can have a case study in the management paper, if you add more scenarios into it, the same way for OR models, linear programming or inventory or a queuing or in project management subjects, you can have a case study or a scenario you can add into the particular question, so that it can be a higher order question, apply level, or even in some cases, it can go up to analyze level question. Sensitivity analysis you can do. Okay. So that is the way we can convert that problem. Or any other questions, or you can suggest some questions from your subject. You can have a discussion. Yes. You can use that microphone.
Suppose we ask a question like create a mathematical model for a scenario, maybe a real life scenario. For example, I am from mechanical engineering background. If you can say that there is a fin arrangement which needs to be exploded, it needs to be given in an exploded view so that it will make a particular type of geometry for the fin. But the exploded view is not given in the question.
Yeah.
But it should be imagined that it should be exploded. And you make it into a particular type of fin. And for that, you have to develop a mathematical model.
Yeah.
So can such type of questions come into the create category?
Not create, it can be an apply level.
But if it is a creating a mathematical model for that.
No, not creating a mathematical model. The mathematical model is already there. So the student will be considering this situation and fitting into a particular model. Model is already there. He's not coming out with a new model. No?
Okay, so even if you are creating a mathematical model for a real life scenario, that doesn't fit to a create level question.
No. Otherwise, it can be a research paper. If he's coming out with an entirely new model, that can be a research paper.
Okay, so what can be the category for such type of questions if you are
that
creating?
Again depends, sir. That's what I mean to say. No, like if you add more scenarios and more complex, and if it can be a research paper, definitely be a career level question. Otherwise, it's applying something. Just like what I said regarding the linear programming model. The linear programming model is there. You are considering a particular scenario, situation, and fitting into that model. That is application.
Okay, so this can be a typical application type of
Yeah.
question. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Or you can come out with some questions of your subject. That is also a learning experience.
Sir, one thing is that in Bloom's taxonomy, we should avoid questions like discuss what, that type of questions. So, what is your comment regarding that? Sometimes we are forced to ask questions like, so what is your suggestion?
That we will discuss in the next session. So,
Okay, next
yeah,
session.
yeah, yeah.
Then,
This is for understanding the insights on Bloom's taxonomy.
okay.
Will be the next session. We will discuss the mapping process. There comes all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, because why we should not use
Yeah.
why, but we have to rephrase the question so that it's not people should not get confused with the question. Is it that that is a meaning?
No, one thing is very clear. No, I have just started with that report.
Okay.
Okay. If you ask questions in the first level, the students will just study or just memorize the things only. So this is the benchmark already we have set. I think most of the senior professors here sitting here, no, when we were studying for our MSc course or a BTech or MTech course, we used to collect the question papers, previous question papers, no. We collect the the old question papers, and most of the papers for mathematics we got 100% mark. What is the reason? Just memorizing it. In mathematics subject, there is a topology subject. There is a Eurizon lemma. 14, 15 pages is there, no? Eurizon lemma. Have you studied it, sir? No. We have studied it. 14, 15 pages. The proof. Just memorizing it and answering the question. We got full mark. And nobody knows what is the use of Eurizon lemma. So this we will discuss, sir, because the first report you have seen, no, we should bring our students at least to the third or fourth level.
Yeah.
So if you ask questions in the November level or understanding level, this is the benchmark we will be setting there. So the students will only study those questions.
Okay. And is it possible to, being a mathematical professor, is it possible to ask questions, mathematical questions in a more practical way so that students will feel like I have studied Laplace transform and all, but still I don't know what's the application in mechanical engineering. So these kinds of questions we should.
It is possible, sir. I will just present a case study.
Okay.
As in practice. At the end of the session, I will just give you some best practice in OB.
Thank you.
Exam, no? Time of the exam is 2 hours or 3 hours. No? That is a constraint. No, that is what we are discussing now. So we cannot ask a higher order question. Most higher order questions for the exams. That is what we were discussing here. Yeah. Yes, yes. That we are going to analyze now. Before that, just to just mentioned about those students who are not able to answer higher order questions. No, yeah, I will give you an example because I have around 38 years of experience in teaching, starting from KE College, Mananam, on different institutions, including university. So with my experience, I can tell you the students who get ranks, they are answering the low order questions and getting full mark because our question purpose consists of all low order questions now. If you change the question pattern, some other student will get rank. That's the difference. And I can give you a typical example because along with teaching, we have an IT company where we used to give training also. We started in 2000, especially focusing on the students first. And for the last 10 years, we are focusing on the faculty. This is part of our mission. Okay. And I have one student who failed for all courses in BTech Mechanical. Can you imagine? Failed for all courses in BTech Mechanical. He studied in Mumbai, one of the top institutions. And after the BTech program, after 4 years, he tried to attempt this failed purpose and he got 6 purpose cleared. That means in 6 years, he cleared 6 purpose. He came to me along with his parent. He's a Malayali and he's not interested in mechanical engineering. That's the problem. His father is a Navy officer. So the father wants him to pursue this one, BTech Mechanical, so that he can get a job in the Navy. That may be the reason. So I asked him to sit in the class there is a certification, the computer science faculty may know it. Red Hat Certified Engineer. This is a renowned certification, international certification. And the exam is for clearing this RHC exam, you have to attempt 2 exams of 3.5 hours each. It's a fully practical oriented exam. Only analyze or evaluate level questions will be there. And he sit in the class for 1 week, and he is interested in that. 1 year he completed 7 global certifications, and he became Red Hat certified architect. Now he's working in a multinational company, throwing a salary of 45 lakhs. Can you imagine that? 5 years before he completed the certifications. And now he's getting an offer from Google. The salary is doubled, 90 lakhs, and he has to work in Mumbai only. So if we change the pattern, this will happen. And I can give you hundreds of examples like this. In my college, in Marian College, or in the university, I was working in the university for 5 years. There we had a course called Master of Management Science. 1/3 is mathematics, 1/3 is management, and 1/3 is computer science. And I have my students from all disciplines, BA Malayalam, BSc Botany. One of my BSc Botany student is the director of KPMG now. One of the directors of KPMG working in Bangalore. His background is BSc Botany. He studied computer science, mathematics. Yeah. So this will happen. So I can tell you, if you properly implement outcome-based education, miracles will happen. Don't look at the the attainment calculation only. And again, regarding attainment calculation, I will tell you, in one of the colleges in Tamil Nadu, they called me and they want me to explain how the attainment is calculated there. So I asked them, who has calculated it? Some consultant came and they calculated it. Some values are there. And the peer team is expected to visit after 2 weeks. Okay. I told them I will come there and I will have a 1 full day workshop. Then you can understand how this can be calculated. So I went there, had the full day workshop. At the end of the session, they understood how the attainment can be calculated. And it was not calculated according to the proper way. But anyway, the peer team came and they presented these results. They got A plus because the peer team also not aware of OB. That's the reason. And it happens sometimes, no? Values are entirely different. So values are different, and there is no match between the concept or the values and the OB or the outcomes. But some values are there. And even my college, we got 3.71 in NAC with A plus plus, mainly because of OB. And I have presented my report of my department in front of the team. And the chairman is from one of the universities in Punjab. He was very much impressed with the report, and he told me that he has to implement that in their university. My figures are okay, but we are not sharing it with the students because there may be some mistakes. So we, in our college, we focus more on the process. I will give you some best practice, some examples at the end of the session. Any other questions from your side? Any other questions, or you can give suggestions? No, usually we have this section for 3 to 4 hours. Many places, lot of discussions are happening, and many faculty members they are coming up with some questions. So it's again a learning experience. If you have any suggestions or any questions, please come up. Yes, sir.
So, what is the best pattern for a question paper so that we can include various levels, maybe up to level 4 or level 5 questions? Can you suggest a pattern of question paper?
Yeah, I can suggest one pattern. For that, we need to analyze your previous question paper first. So I will give you a link. You have shared it with sir, so that you can just analyze your previous question paper. That is a task you can do, and based on that, you can fix the pattern. Because suppose I'll tell you, one of the reputed universities in North India, you have analyzed all the question papers. 90 to 100% questions belong to the first 2 categories. That is the situation everywhere. So if 90% of your questions are in the first two levels, next year what you can do? At least you can reduce it to 80%. So that depends on how much questions in your question paper belong to different categories. Because if I give a structure like that, that may not match with your case. Okay. Going to change?
We are going to have a entirely new pattern.
Yeah.
Other than what we have practiced. So is there any thumb rule or something that you can suggest?
Definitely. I will again tell you, if you are going to change it drastically, so what about your teaching learning activities? You have to change there also. Suddenly, if you are asking higher order questions, students will not answer it. So you have to make changes in the teaching learning activities also. That is also important. Okay. Yes. 100%. We have to make some changes somewhere. No. And there are many things that we keep teaching at course. And how we going to apply all stuff in a reasonable level. Since 60% higher level mistakes, if you do you think the answer in this question? Sir, you belong to Rajagiri? You belong to which college? Or what is the proportion here? Continuous assessment and some standards. For all subjects, it's like that, or okay. So we can have two components of assessments. One is formative assessment, the other one is summative assessment. Okay. Formative assessment means assessment for learning. Summative assessment means assessment of learning. That's the difference. So can you give an example of a formative assessment you are doing here? Any example of a formative assessment? Internal examinations are not formative, they are summative. Pardon me, sir? Experiment? Which subject? Can you use louder, sir, or can you use the microphone? Designing of lab.
Sir, designing part of a lab experiment.
Designing part of a lab experiment.
Yes.
So you are asking the student to design the lab.
No. For a particular experiment, let's say we are asking them to design a Schmidt trigger. So we'll give the values and say that, okay, these are the values that I need at the output. This is the input you have to design. So first they design and then they get a procedural okay from us. And then they go and finally set up the experiment and do it. So the initial design part is something where the learning takes place, and then based on the questions that we have given, they actually have to design according to the given parameters.
Okay, when are you going to evaluate the student? At the end of the experiment?
No, before he starts the experiment, he has to design it. That design part I am talking about.
Okay.
So after he completes the design, we give a procedure okay.
Hmm.
And at that time, we put a marks of based on his design, what is the marks that he has obtained.
No, is the student get an opportunity to improve?
Improve, yeah, like based on the design, he has certain values which he can pick.
No, you are giving marks. No, these are rubrics. You are giving marks for each rubric. Will the student get a chance to improve it? Then only it become a formative assessment.
Okay.
So if you have formative assessments, you can implement many things like this. Pardon me? No, sir. Assignment is summative. Assignment means, I will give you some examples. Okay, fine. No.
Questions that we ask in between while teaching.
Question?
That we ask in between in the class while teaching.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you some examples. Just for reflection, we will just go to the next step. Otherwise, we cannot finish it. I will do one thing. I will just give you an assignment or a task. I have just shared that link with Manoj sir. He's not here. Okay. He will share that link. I will just give an idea. So we will discuss all these things what you have mentioned, definitely. This is a link I have already shared with the Manoj sir. He will share it with you. So what you can do is, you can analyze your previous question paper first. You just analyze your previous question paper. Then based on that, you can discuss in the department what all improvements you can make. And this you can connect with accreditation also. This is a continuous quality improvement process. Again, in the accreditation, you should have that continuous quality improvement. So what you can do is, we'll share that link. Here you can select your program, sorry, your FDP. It's given there. Just put your name and mail ID. You can write the name of your course. Very simple. Then how many course outcomes are there in your course? Usually 5, no? Or less than 5. Anyway, whatever it is, you just give that number there, the course outcome number. Your institution. Now analyze your questions. It's very simple. Just take your question paper, one of your previous question papers. Maybe the question paper consists of different sections, section A, B, or C. Just select that section A, for example. You can write your question here, but it is optional. Otherwise, the number is already there. Select the taxonomy level there. If it is understanding level, take that one. How many marks? Suppose it's a 5-mark question, put 5 there. Okay. Then select the course outcome. Suppose it is mapped with the CO1, or if it is mapped with more than one CO, you can select that also. I hope it is clear, no? So you complete this one, again selecting the section. Suppose again we have an apply level question here. Select the CO. Suppose you have 20 or 25 questions. You just do it. It will take only 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. After that, you can analyze your question paper. That analysis you will get it here. So how many low order questions, how many higher order questions for your question paper? Also a summary will be there, and a checklist can be a checklist also here. Okay. Just go through an example, another one. So already I have entered this one. Okay. Whether the course outcomes are sufficiently mapped and all these things you will get. And what you can do next, you can download this PDF. You can download this and you can keep it as a document. So you analyze all the question papers in your department of all subjects. You take a copy of it, a PDF copy you can take, and you document it in a file. You have a department meeting, department council meeting, or you can discuss about this analysis there. And for the next semester, how much percentage increase you can bring into the higher order? What you asked, what is the benchmark you have to set? It's free. This is free, freely available. So you'll the link will be shared. It is with Manoj sir. Already, yeah. And you can do it n number of times. So once if you do it, usually what we can do is, in the department, again, you discuss. Some of the questions you have classified as analyze level, maybe understanding level. You discuss in the department, again, you can revise it. And the final printout you can take. It's a PDF printout. You can take the printout and the time and everything will be mentioned there. At what time it is downloaded. Okay. The latest version you can see there. The time, everything is mentioned there. Okay. You can analyze new course. That means once if you complete one paper, you can analyze another subject. All these can be done. So this is the way you can fix the proportion and everything. You can set a question paper pattern based on this analysis, and you have to do it in your department, because in different colleges it may be different, and different departments it may be different. So each department you can set a benchmark like this, and you follow that benchmark. And next time also you can analyze your question papers again, and what quality improvement you are going to make it. Just mention all these things in the minutes, and you can consider this for accreditation purpose also, or we can call it assessment of assessments. This is assessment of assessments. So in our institution, after every semester, we conduct this assessment of assessments. We analyze all the question papers for that semester, not only question papers, all the assignments or seminars or all the tasks which is given by the faculty, we will assess it, and there is a rewarding system. Rewards will be given for the innovative assessments, the teachers who do the innovative assessments, all these things are there. That will improve the quality of education again. Okay. Just a number only. CO1, maybe CO1, CO2, CO3, no? You have the CO1. You know the CO, what it is. Definitely. See, your question paper may be consisting of 100 marks, for example, and all the CO should be addressed. If it is like that, for the semester exam, I hope all the CO should be addressed, no? So what is the proportion of questions to each CO? That is also important. That we are not checking here. This is only a simple application. It's a simple one, just for the understanding the questions, the levels and all. Not here. Not here. Or one question back.
Like here, you are giving this when it comes to the second year or third year, and what percentage of improvement that you can be achieved by
That depends on what is currently going on. That is what we are analyzing here. See, you are analyzing all your first semester question papers. Okay, you got this analysis, and based on this analysis for the next batch of students, how much improvement you are going to do in the first semester. That is what you are going.
oh,
Yeah, in your subject. Hmm.
like if you go doing that, you are raising the bar, but the people coming are more focusing standard. So they are
Yeah.
completely going to fail.
So that is what I already mentioned. No, we have to connect it with your teaching learning activities also, not only for assessment. So this should come simultaneously.
It's a see the student I belongs to mechanical department. The students who are coming to the first, they don't even basic differentiation and integration. So I will teach the whole thing here again. Your time for me for that. So maybe we can give some awareness and all. That's all these things. The majority of students attitude is that they will sit for the last 1 week or 2 weeks, mother and last day exam, some do get. Then they grace mark and all these things. So that is the attitude of the people. I don't know. There is nothing incorporated in our based according to the affective domain. I think these are not that diligently incorporated.
Sir, I will come with some best practices, then we will discuss that also. So you are mentioning about your plus two students, no? See, no, I will tell you, my students, coming from after BCA, they are coming for MCA. They don't know how to calculate a positive number and a negative number. That is the situation. It is everywhere. It is like that. Lot of challenges we have. Challenges are always there, no? Okay. Yeah, definitely we will discuss how to teach them. So I hope this is clear. So you can have the analysis. If possible, you do it in the break, during the break, so that we can have a few discussions in the afternoon. Okay, based on this analysis. Yes. It should be there, sir. That we will discuss next. Yeah, we will discuss that one. Okay. We can just pass through some of the initial slides because you are all comfortable with OB. I'm not going to elaborate on it, the theoretical aspects. Just like we have discussed regarding Bloom's taxonomy, we will discuss only the insights. Everybody knows what is meant by OB and all. I will leave all these things. Principles of OB. Can I skip all these things? Okay. Yeah. Building block of OB, starting from vision and mission, you have to design the program, education objectives, then comes the program outcomes, program specific outcomes, then course outcomes, designing down, then we have the syllabus, then attainment calculation starting from the bottom level, go up. Okay. Okay, the paradigm shift. So what are PEOs? Program education objectives comes after vision and mission, just below vision and mission. So from vision and mission, we have to derive program education objectives. These are not outcomes, these are objectives. What is the meaning of PEO? What is it actually? Yeah. There is a definition of PEO. No? I'm not asking the definition because you know the definition. Can we say that this is our dream about our students? We are dreaming about our students. They should be entrepreneurs. They should be professionals. Is it like that? Do you agree with me? Okay. So these are PEOs. Some examples I have written here. Graduates should be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional employees and entrepreneurs, leading to a successful career or pursue higher education. This is one PEO. Similarly, we have 2 or 3 PEOs. Okay. And this should be derived from the vision and mission of the institution. Okay. Then comes what? Okay, this is a task. So from PEO, we have to derive PO. Okay. So this is the PEO. What is the objective? The student should be entrepreneurs. They should be professionals. We are mentioning all these things there. So what is the requirement then to meet the, what are the graduate attributes to meet the requirement to become an entrepreneur or to become a professional? What are the graduate attributes required for that? Can you give some examples? Engineering knowledge. To become entrepreneur? Life learning. Okay. Leadership qualities. Leadership skills should be there. Yeah, critical thinking or communication skills, team skills, or leadership skills. You can give a number of graduate attributes like that associated with that PEO. So from PEO, we derive PO. And these graduate attributes, we convert it into PO. How? Start with the action verb plus graduate attribute plus context. So we have the graduate attributes. Again, NBA has given 11 graduate attributes. Okay. The new accreditation framework, 11 attributes are there. And we will be converting that POs into that graduate attributes into POs. This is an example. Apply what? Critical thinking and analytical skills. That is a graduate attribute. To identify problems, explore alternative perspectives, and design creative, practical, and ethical solutions in varied contexts. And we have written all these competencies here. Identify problems, explore alternative perspectives, design creative, practical, and ethical solutions. These are the competencies related to that graduate attribute. So when we map COPO, when we do the COPO mapping, this is very important. The competencies are very important. So based on the competencies, we are mapping CO with the different POs. So for each graduate attribute, we can have the competencies related to that one. We start with, again, the Bloom's taxonomy verb. Here it is applied. Okay. Verb Bloom's taxonomy. Then we write the competencies related to the graduate attribute. This is the way we write POs. Yeah, this is the UGC suggested for arts and science colleges. No, NB has suggested these 11 graduate attributes. This is the new one. And you can see the technical capability and the integrated capability. So if you look at the 3 domains here, cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain, all these 3 domains are addressed in the graduate attributes. Okay. So what is a program outcome? What is a program specific outcome? Do you have PSOs or only POs? PSO is also there. Okay. So you know what mean PO and PSO, no? We will skip this one. Okay. So if you can calculate the attainment of graduate attributes like this for each student out of 3. This will serve as a profile of a student. Are you calculating it for each student or only for the batch? Batch. That is actually a dilution again. If you are able to calculate it for each individual student, even if you can share this score sheet with the student, what is the advantage? The student will go with this score sheet for an interview. This is the profile of the student. Okay. If possible, calculate it for student. Then you can convert it to for batch. It's not a problem. Okay. I will show you how we can calculate it for each student. Okay. I hope this is clear, no? For each student, we can give a score sheet like this. This is the graduate attribute, the attainment of graduate attributes. So we will leave this one, how to design POs and course outcomes are very important for faculty members because you are going to write the course outcome as a faculty, especially in an autonomous college. A faculty will be designing the curriculum for a particular course, and you are designing the course outcomes. So this is a template for writing a course outcome. Again, you start with action verb from Bloom's taxonomy, then the content and the context. So this is a course outcome for a subject called graph theory, because I'm teaching graph theory to computer science students. So this is one of my course outcomes. Apply graph representations and algorithms in computer science. I'm teaching this for computer science students. That is a contest. Okay. These are some examples. I'll skip this one. Okay. Avoid using these type of verbs when we write course outcomes. Instead of use words like identify, explain, apply, analyze, design, evaluate, etc. Okay. So I will just give you some idea. Not a good outcome. The students will understand democracies if you say like that. This is not a good outcome. What is the reason? Or if you write the outcome like the student should be able to describe major theories of democracy, that is a good outcome. You can ask a question like that, describe major theories of democracy. Directly you can evaluate the outcome. Or in other words, we can say that a course outcome is a glorified form of a question. A course outcome is a glorified form of a question. Another course outcome. Students will gain knowledge of environmental science. Instead of that, the students will be able to evaluate environmental issues using a scientific data and propose sustainable solutions. That is a good outcome. That is an evaluate level outcome here. Students will understand management principles. Instead of that, apply management principles. Students will be able to apply management principles to plan, organize, and control organizational resources. That's a good outcome. Another one, students will understand logic gates and Boolean algebra. Instead of that, students will be able to design and analyze combinatorial logic circuits using Boolean algebra and logic minimization techniques. Okay, I hope you understand the difference. Students will be familiar with networking. Instead of that, students will be able to configure and troubleshoot computer networks using standard networking tools and protocols. Okay, so just a comparison. Yeah, that we will discuss, sir. So there's a checklist. You can use this checklist, or I can share this checklist later. Check one, are they written using the action verbs? That is very important. You have to use the proper action verbs from Bloom's taxonomy. That is why Bloom's taxonomy is very important in OBE. Check two, does the language describe student's target rather than teacher's behavior? That means if it is not a student target, then it will become an objective, just like PEU. Do the outcome clearly describe the abilities, knowledge, and value of the students of the course? And check for, is it possible to collect accurate and labeled data for the outcome? That is very important. Can you collect accurate data? Can you conduct an assessment and get the valid data connected with that outcome? You can use this for even for designing your POs, PSOs, etc. Okay, again, these are some examples. I will skip this one. Now we will discuss the mapping process. Then lot of clarification you will get regarding the design of outcome mapping and all these things. There are two levels of mapping. First one, level 1 mapping is COPO mapping. Because we have designed the curriculum now. We have the vision and mission, we have the PEO, then comes the PO and PSO, then the course outcomes. Okay. So there should be proper alignment between the outcomes, lower order outcomes and higher order outcomes. Lower order outcomes means course outcomes. Higher order means PO, PSOs, etc. So level 2 mapping means all the activities, assessments connected with that particular course, we can map with the course outcomes. If you are conducting a course, we have the 4 or 5 course outcomes, and focusing on the course outcomes, you have the activities, assessments, teaching, learning, everything. So you can map all these with the respective COs. Okay. We are using a mapping scale for the mapping process. I hope you are using the same scale, 4-point scale, 0, 1, 2, 3. Almost everywhere, many institutions, they are using the 4-point scale, 0, 1, 2, 3. 0 means there is no relationship. Yeah. Simple topics also we can have outcomes. See, for example, if there is a learning activity, we can have an outcome for that. I will explain it, sir. With example, I will give you idea. Yeah. If there is a low relationship, we can give 1, medium or moderate, 2, and significant, 3. Forget about the last column that we will discuss later. Now, this is an outcome we have designed in the beginning of the session, no? Bloom's taxonomy. Do you remember this outcome? For the first session, we have designed an outcome like this, no? On completion of this session, all the participants should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy in framing questions. That was that outcome, session outcome. Do you remember that one? Yeah, okay. Suppose this is an outcome for a course. We had a session on Bloom's taxonomy. This was the outcome we have designed. Okay. So as a faculty, what is my goal? All the participants should be able to attain this outcome. That means all the faculty sitting here should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy in framing, teaching, learning, and assessment activities. Okay, that is my goal. Okay, for that purpose, we had a lot of discussions. Some examples we have discussed. These are all learning activities, and also I have given a task. What is the task? Analyzing your question paper. That is a task. So if you consider these are tasks and this is a continuous assessment task, it's an assignment, no? You are going to analyze your question paper. And all these assessments and activities are over now. Now final exam is there, usually the semester exam. And what is the need of assessments then? What is the need of assessments? I have to check whether every participant achieved that attainment or attained that outcome. Okay. So for that purpose, I'm conducting exams. Suppose I'm conducting a semester exam, final exam for all participants. Suppose I have 20 or 25 questions in the question paper. I have, say, 2-3 questions here. I have selected 3 questions out of 20 questions. 20 or 25 questions from the question paper. I have selected 3 questions now. So what is the first question? What are the different levels of learning in cognitive level? What are the different levels of learning in cognitive level? Everybody knows the answer. There are 6 levels of learning in cognitive level. Suppose I'm going to conduct this exam. All of you are getting 100% mark for this question number 1. Okay. Can I assume that all the participants have achieved or attained this outcome with respect to this question? This is my first question. All of you are getting 100% mark for this question. My outcome is already written there. Can I assume that all the participants have attained this outcome? Yes or no? Yes or no? No. What is the reason? Huh? Yeah. My course outcome is apply level. My question is remember level. My course outcome is apply level, but my question is of remember level. Is it correct? Yeah, that is the reason. Even if you are getting 100% mark, I cannot assume that you have attained that outcome. And what about the second question? What about the second question? Using Bloom's taxonomy, prepare an analyze level question in your subject. What is the level of this question? Hmm? What is the level of this question? It's only apply level. You are going to apply Bloom's taxonomy. Using Bloom's taxonomy, you are framing an analyze level question. That's all. It's an apply level question. Suppose you are getting 100% mark, everybody. Can you assume that with respect to this question, this CO is attained or not? With respect to this question, can I assume that CO is attained? Yes, by all the participants. Because my CO is apply level and my question is also apply level. Same type, same level. Okay, fine. What about the third question now? What is the third question? It's an analyze level question. Suppose for this question also, all of you are getting 100% mark. Can I assume that this outcome is attained? Yes or no? Yes. What is the reason? This is one level up compared to the outcome. Outcome is apply level. Now the question is analyze level. One level up. Okay. Now I am expecting lot of questions you can ask. That will clear many doubts. Yeah. Okay, that already we have discussed.
Suppose
Yeah.
the evaluator may not be knowing that it was discussed in the class. So in that case, how can we say that it is attained or not?
So one thing, we have already discussed that Bloom's taxonomy levels and all. You forget about it.
Okay.
Now just assume that level first question is level 1, second question is
That is
level 3.
okay.
Yeah. Based on this and this mapping and all those things, we will discuss now. The other things already we have discussed, no?
Yeah, well, so suppose because we are facing this difficulty in the question papers. So when we put a question, sometimes a similar question might have asked in the previous evaluation
Yeah,
methods.
it is there. It is already there. We have discussed it, no? Now, assuming that the first question is level 1, second question is level 3, and third question is level 4, and our course outcome is supply level. What are your questions or your suggestions? For the first question, even if all the students, all the participants are getting 100% mark, nobody has attained that outcome. Is it the problem of the student or is the problem of the faculty? What is your opinion? My outcome is supply level. I have asked a remember level question and you are getting 100% mark, but nobody is attaining the outcome. Is it the problem of the student or is the problem of the faculty? Yeah. Okay. So can we ask such a question there if our outcome is supply level? Okay, that's one problem. Any other question from your side? Just focus on these three questions and the outcome. The other things we will discuss separately. These three questions I have chosen from 25 questions, suppose. This is the low order question. There is a question perfectly matching with the CEO, and there is a higher order question. Yeah.
So we can ask questions different level than the course outcome, whether it's lower or higher.
Because yesterday, the service saying we should comply with the course outcome level when we ask the question. So I just want to ask the same.
Yeah.
And
That we will discuss that one. That's a valid question. Already you have asked, no, during the break. Any other questions? What about the last question, third question? Can you ask that question here? Because the course outcome is apply level. You are asking an analyze level question there. What is the logic? What is your opinion? Is it okay? It is not meaningful. You cannot ask, no? Okay. So we have already set the benchmark, the course outcome, apply level. And all your activities focused on that apply level outcome. All your assessment, your teaching learning activities, everything should be focused on the outcome. If you're following the OB methodology, OB philosophy, then you should focus on the outcomes only. You should not focus on the mark list or somewhere. Focus on the outcomes. Once you set the design the outcomes, focus on the outcomes, the student has to attain that outcomes. That's very important. Okay. Now we have designed the course outcome, the apply level, and you are asking an analyze level question there, that is meaningless. The problem may be you have designed the course outcome not in a proper way. That's the reason. So how can you design the course outcomes? There are two methods. One is the horizontal way of designing it. The other one is the vertical way. Horizontal way means you may have a syllabus consisting of 4 or 5 modules or units, no? Your syllabus consists of 5 modules, I hope. 5 modules each. For each subject, you have 5 modules. And you can design course outcomes for each module. That is a horizontal way of doing it. For each module, you can have a course outcome. The other one is vertical model. That means for the entire syllabus, 5 modules, you can have 4 or 5 course outcomes. And most of these course outcomes may be overlapped. And both these are correct. Both these methods are correct. But in some subjects, you can do the horizontal way only. For example, operational research, we have already discussed optimization techniques or subjects like that. Each module is different. There is one module of linear programming. There is another module maybe of queuing or inventory, something like that. For each module is different. So for each module, you should have a course outcome for that module. Linear programming, you should have a course outcome like that. Whereas in some other subjects, like suppose it's a C programming or something like that, the course outcomes may be progressing from the first module to second module like that. Okay. Then how to design a course outcome? That's also important. So what you are expecting the student to do after completing that course? That should be the course outcome. If the student is able to apply or if the student is able to analyze, then your course outcome should be analyzed level. For example, there is a course called food technology in one of the colleges. There they have designed the course outcomes. For the first module itself, they teach the student how to prepare food. That means application. But they have designed the course outcome in the rumor level or understanding level. Is it correct? The student is able to apply. Or you are teaching the student to apply the concept, whatever in the first module itself. So your first module itself, the course outcome can be apply level. In my subject OR, my first module is linear programming. And I'm teaching to analyze. There is a sensitivity analysis and all those things. So in the first module itself, my course outcome can be apply or analyze. And there is a misconcept like you should have a understanding level in the first module, apply level in the second module, like that. It's not like that for every course. For some courses, of course, you start with the foundation. You can be understanding level in the first module. Then you can progress in the apply to analyze or evaluate, or in some cases even create. But that depends on the subject, the content of the course, and what the students are able to do. It's very clear. Course outcome means what the students are able to do after completing that course. So you can design the course outcomes like that. It should be measurable. You should start with the action verbs and it should be measurable. Okay.
some people come with the idea that it should be vertical. And especially with the problem oriented subjects, you get a vertical approach.
Yes, yes.
There is a all because generic all your should be generic and it should be applied to all
POs should be generic, sir. I'm mentioning about course outcomes now. POs are generic because these are graduate attributes. Course outcomes should not be generic. It should be connected with the subject, the content. Yeah. No, you are convinced or not. That is important. People will say many things. I know. If you are, yeah, yeah. Okay. Sir, don't demotivate the student. You are a senior professor now. You just motivate. Yeah.
I think people have paid 50 subjects. I think when they them pass.
Sir, everybody has got challenges nowadays. Not only teachers, people working in the industries now, especially in the IT industries. Last week, my son is working in a cybersecurity company, US company. 250 people were fired in one single day. Every day it's happening. So a lot of challenges are there. Yeah.
It never goes into our system.
Yeah. Sir, we have to take up the challenge.
Yeah, you don't why say you are calling a boy is boy and reach play. How can you talk? And you not bother. You are bothered to check out profit and all that. This is what I can be to the
Okay, so whether we are convinced or not, that is very important. Course outcome means very simple, according to the OB philosophy. Focus on the outcomes. What are the outcomes? Outcomes means what the student should be able to do. This is the outcome. So after completing a course, after completing a module, what the student is able to do? Very simple. That is the outcome. Okay. Is it? Then what about the first question? Can we ask the first question? When we calculate the attainment, we are setting some targets, no? For attainment calculation, for course outcomes or program outcomes, we are setting some targets. What is the target we used to set? 60% or 70%? Yeah, that means 60% of the students in the batch should attain to achieve 60% target. That means we are not expecting 100% attainment. And it is not possible also. We have to consider different types of students, even slow learners, advanced learners, everybody is there. In order to meet the requirement of the slow learners, we should have some lot of questions. But you have to decide the proportion. That is what you have to do. The analysis you have to do. Based on the analysis, you have to set the proportion. Not only the analysis, you have to consider the course outcomes also. And the second question is perfect. Okay, no problem. What about the third question? No, it is not okay. Why? Because you have set the course outcome in the apply level and you are asking an analyze level question is meaningless because already you have set the benchmark. Okay. Now, as a best practice, I can give you a suggestion. Suppose you are framing questions. Suppose there are 100 marks. 100 marks in the question. Suppose there are 10 questions. It can be 10 into 10, 100, no? 10 into 10, 100. That means you can have 10 questions in the question paper. and each question based on the course outcome. Suppose you have an apply level course outcome. If there are 10 questions, that means 2 questions each for each course outcome, if it is properly distributed. 2 questions for one course outcome. Suppose you have an apply level question. If it is of 10 marks, minimum 50% of the marks of that question should be apply level, and the remaining 50% can be Romer level and understand level. So that if a student scores full mark, 10 mark, he is able to attain that outcome. Otherwise, if the student is getting only 50% mark, that means he is writing only Romer level and understanding level, you will get only 50% mark. His attainment will come down. So that we can address slow learners and advanced learners. This is a bunch system, we can say. Delhi University has implemented it. In our institution, we have implemented this bunch system so that proper mapping, full mapping for each question to each CEO. But the question may consist of, this bunch of questions may consist of different levels, but at least 50% of that level, of that CEO. Yeah. Yes. ACT has given this model question like this. Okay. So this is a best practice. You can have a bunch system. I think Delhi University has implemented it first after they implemented NAP. Okay. So that every student is addressed. Slow learners and advanced learners, everybody is addressed in that case. If the student is getting full mark, that means full attainment. Okay. So this is clear now. Now, what is the mapping now? If you have a questions like this, what should be the mapping strength? If it is a bunch, full mapping can be there. What about the question number 1? If you want to map that question number 1 with the CO, this CO, what should be the mapping strength? We are following a 4-point scale, no? 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, because it's a Romer level question. Level 1 question mapped with the level 3 CO. Level 1 question mapped with the level 3 CO, that means 1, mapping strength is 1. What about the second question? 3. What is the reason? Apply level question mapping with apply level CO. Proper matching. What about level question number 3? What is the level? What is the level of question number 3? No. Level, analyze level question, level 4. If you want to map that level 4 question to level 3 CO, what is the level? 0 means there is no relationship between that question and that CO. There is some relationship, no? It is an analyze level question. That means it's one step higher than the CO. So if the student is able to answer that question, that means the student is able to apply, because learning happens in a continuum. Already have discussed according to the Bloom's taxonomy levels. So if the question is one level high compared to the CO, we can give full mapping. But you cannot ask such questions. That is meaningless. That we already discussed. If it happens that there is a question which is one level higher than the CO, full mapping we can give. That is what we are discussing now. Question number 1. Mapping with CO means 1. Mapping strength is 1. You are not doing it. Yeah. So actually, I'm explaining all these concepts. This is the proper way. There are dilutions. You can give the full mapping. Again, you can calculate the attainment for the batch, not for the student. These are all dilutions. Yeah. The mapping also you can see, you know, if this is the first question, even if the student get 100% mark, attainment is not there. But if you are giving full mapping, no, that's a problem. But all these things you can do, these are all dilutions, that's why. Okay. I hope you have the break. Madam, you have the break? Lunch break, no? This one, okay. So we will discuss the COPO mapping after the break. This is the level 2 mapping. That means questions or activities you can map with COs, respective course outcomes. And then COs can be mapped with the POs. That we will discuss in the afternoon. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We shall continue the session after lunch. So the lunch will be served in the canteen. Canteen is on your when you face the front gate. It is there. You can see from here. So we will go together. The lunch will be there in the canteen, and I hope you have all got the food coupons also. Yeah. Thank you. So we will see back by 2. And prior to the session starting, we will also try to have a group photo outside. So by 1:55, we will have the group photo and then we'll have the session by 2. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Can we start? So we will continue with the mapping process. Already we have discussed how the questions or the activities or the assessments which can be mapped with the respective course outcomes. Now coming to the COPO mapping. Here. So once if you map each questions with the course outcomes, this is only an example. Suppose we have 15 questions in the question paper, maybe for an internal exam or for a semester exam. If all the questions are mapped with the course outcomes, you will get a table like this. Each question mapped with the different course outcomes. The mapping strength is also given. It's a 4-point scale, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then coming to the COPO mapping. I'm just giving you this idea. This is actually the method suggested by AICTE, how the CO can be mapped with a PO. First of all, you look at the competencies related to that PO. There is a graduate attribute corresponding to every PO. You identify the competencies related to that graduate attribute, that PO. Then take one course outcome. A course outcome means start with an action verb, then the learning statement. So how many of these competencies are addressed by that CO? If it is more than 40%, we can give 3. Because POs are more generic. That is the reason. If more than 40%, we can give 3. Between 25% and 40%, 2. Between 5%, 25%, 1. And if less than 5%, 0. This is the method suggested by AICTE. But by practice, you can do it. No. Just look at your course outcome, or you look at the courses. And once if you map COs with POs, then we have the course PO mapping. Each course you can map with the PO. From the table itself, it will be derived. Okay. Each course outcome or each course you consider, you compare with the POs. So what all the activities are there in the course? For example, if you have a PO with the communication skills, suppose you have a course and in the course you have projects, you may have seminars or assignments, you have presentations, more presentations in that course or the activities, then definitely you can connect it with communication skills also. So this is only an example. Similarly, for each course, you can have the comparison, how many of the competencies are connected with that particular that particular PO. Okay. So this is the way we map each course with each CO with a PO. The same way, okay, once if you map course outcomes with POs, again, it's a 4-point scale. You'll get a table like this, 0, 1, 2, 3. As a best practice, what you can do is, the beginning of the semester, you can sit in the department, you can have an internal workshop. That day itself, you can map all your course outcomes with your POs. Okay, so that you will get the program articulation matrix, the full table, and lot of advantages for that. You can analyze each PO. Suppose a particular PO is not properly addressed by course outcomes. You can take some remedial measures. You can have an add-on course, or you can have a value-added course. The need analysis comes from that analysis. If a particular PO is not properly addressed by course outcomes, we can implement, you can include a course, add-on course or a value-added course, or you can have a MOU with an industry or a firm or something like that. And what is the need of that MOU? You can connect it with the accreditation. Again, this is also continuous quality improvement. Or the next year, when we redesign the syllabus, you can take all these things into account. Because this particular PO is not properly addressed by CEOs. That is why when we are redesigning the syllabus, we are incorporating certain aspects there in order to meet this requirement. Many things you can connect with accreditation also.
all, in a sense, can be studied, but there is no quantification for communication. If you give a question, they answer it. But we are not verificating it by in terms of communication, how much is done. So, is there any point? Some people will say you can communicate to every course of
The reason, we may be having seminars, we may have, assessments. Yeah. That depends. Each faculty has to think about it. Okay. So in the same way, we can have the CO PSO mapping. You have PSOs? Okay. You can have the CO PSO mapping the same way because we'll get a good correlation between a CO and PSO because program specific outcomes are specific to a particular program. If you have a BTech mechanical engineering, then definitely your PSOs will be more aligned with that mechanical engineering. So your courses are also having some connections with that particular program. So you'll have more correlation between COs and PSOs. So you'll get a table like this. This is only a demo example. Okay. Yeah, this is the program articulation matrix. As I mentioned earlier, if we can do it for the entire program in the first semester itself, if the syllabus is already there for the 8 semesters, you can do it in the first semester itself, one full day workshop you can conduct in the department. You can complete this mapping process so that you can identify those weak areas. This is only an example, but you can see in PO2 only one CO is mapped. That means there is some problem with your curriculum design. So in that case, as I mentioned earlier, you can have add-on course or a value-added course or a MOUs, any other activity you can link there. Okay, that is the way we can fill in the gap. Okay. Again, there is another mapping process that is cluster mapping. Are you following it? Cluster mapping. Is it there? Cluster mapping. No. This is again cluster mapping is suggested by AICT again. So it will reduce the complexity in mapping, but you have to decide as a policy decision whether you have to go for it. I will tell you what it is. Cluster mapping is a strategic method used in outcome-based education. Here, simplify the complex process of mapping course outcomes to program outcomes. Yeah, instead of directly linking every CO to every PO, we will be having an intermediate layer that is clusters. I will show you how the cluster can be formed. Group related courses into cluster based on themes or domains. You can have a cluster for related courses and map courses to clusters first, then clusters to POs. That will be more easy. Okay, this is a simplified version, but again, it's a policy decision. You have to follow it or not, you have to decide. Yeah, this is an example of clusters. For example, the basic sciences you can club together, math, physics, chemistry. Basic sciences, you can club together. Then we have engineering sciences. Okay, then professional core or professional electives, design and projects, then humanities and management, internship or industry interaction. You have to decide the clusters first. Okay. Then this cluster to PO mapping you can do. Cluster to PO mapping, you'll get a table like this. Okay. Yeah, but it is easy. You are forming a cluster, and that cluster, like basic science, is a cluster. Yeah, this cluster you can map with the POs. Yeah, definitely. That should be there. But it is a more simplified version. Again, I'll tell you, this is a policy decision. You have to decide and take it. Anyway, AICT has suggested it. Okay. It is not in the essay. The new one, it is not there. Then leave it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we will complete the mapping process now. Now we will discuss the attainment calculation. Tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. Again, it's a philosophy of OB. Okay, so that involvement of the student should be there for the learning activities. Okay, so you know what is meant by what is meant by OB. We'll skip this one. So what is the difference between the traditional system and OB? The traditional system, it is teacher centric, whereas in OB it is student centric. Importance on teaching and content in the traditional system, whereas in OB, importance on learning and process. The traditional system is knowledge driven and rote learning, whereas in OB, learning ensures knowledge and performance. So this is the paradigm shift. Okay. As a faculty, we used to think like this, no? Before going to the class, what should I teach today? Okay, that is the normal thinking process, no? So in OB, what we should think, how we should think, what should my students be able to do with what they learn? For each session, we should have an outcome. Or as a faculty, we should have the outcome mindset. For every activity, for every session, we need to have outcomes. Okay. Even you can discuss the outcomes with your students. The beginning of the session, you can say these are the outcomes expected out of this particular session, like we did in the morning. Okay. Have you seen this one? This is available in the internet. Call it learning pyramid. Okay. So in other words, we can look at it like this. 90% of learning happens when we teach others. Is it correct? This is true for all of us, no? We started learning our subject when we started teaching. Or at least in-depth knowledge about the subject we have gained through teaching our students. Okay, discussing with them and answering their questions. Practice doing 75% of learning happens when we practice the things what we learn or through projects and internships. That is why the regulation agencies, the new education policy and everywhere, more projects, more internships are suggested. Okay. Then comes discussions. More learning happens through discussions. We also had discussions, problem taxonomy and all. Okay. More learning happens through the discussions. And you can go to the top. What is there? Only 5% learning happens through lecturing. And nowadays it's very correct. As I mentioned in the beginning, the attention span of a student, the Gen Z student, is only less than 10 minutes. Okay, whatever the subject is. So lecturing, we have to reduce. Instead of that, we have to have activities like this. Practice sections, providing tasks, okay, discussions, then demonstrations, etc. Internships, projects. Okay. This already we have discussed. No? We can divide these 11 attributes. NBA suggested 11 attributes, no? Like knowledge, attitude, skill, or habit also. Lifelong learning is a habit. To develop that habit among students. So this is what we are going to calculate now. It's only a demonstration, only some examples. So we are going to calculate the attainment. So I will just explain the process and I will give you an idea of the analytics by using a tool. These are some examples of POs. Only for this demo process, I have 9 graduate attributes. Okay, 5 PSOs, I just taken it from internet. Then we have the course outcomes, 5 course outcomes. Again, I have taken it from internet. Then we can have n number of activities in each semester. Suppose in semester 1, I have outreach programs, I have industrial visits. All these activities can also be mapped with the POs. We can have n number of activities in order to meet the requirement of the POs. Okay. These are all best practices. I will also give you some examples of some activities after this one. And the students are more interested in activities also. So there will be a predefined mapping scale. Already we have discussed. Direct and indirect assessments may be used in preset proportions. So what is meant by a direct assessment and what is an indirect assessment? Any idea? Huh? Pardon me, sir? Surveys are indirect. Yeah. Any other indirect method? Huh? Feedback. That is also survey, no? So there is a clear definition. Direct means all assessments conducted by the institution or the faculty. All these are direct assessments. And all assessments conducted by a third party, that is indirect. So it can be surveys. It can be also, an assessment which can be conducted by an industry. If you ask the industry people to assess the students based on some criteria or something like that, if you are not involved in the process, that can also be a indirect assessment. Okay. Components of assessment. You can have n number of components. So already we have discussed questions in semester and examination get mapped to different COs, other components like assignment or seminar. At rubric level also you can map with the different outcomes. COs are in turn mapped to POs and PSOs. Activity outcomes, as I mentioned earlier, we can have activities in order to meet the requirement of certain POs. That also is possible. Okay. So this is the mapping scale. Now you can see the last column. Suppose a student is getting only 0% mark. Only 0 means his attainment is 0. From 1 to 50%, we can have low attainment. This interval also is customizable. That means you can have your own intervals. This is only for demo purpose. I was just given an interval here. 1 to 50% low attainment, 51 to 70% moderate attainment, and 71 to 100% significant attainment. Okay. So that means we can give 3 in that case. This is the scale I'm following here. We have the COPO mapping completed. Also the activity outcomes, which can be mapped with the POs. Already we have discussed about the program articulation matrix. This is a sample program matrix. All the course outcomes listed in the first column. For the, if it is an engineering program, we have 4 years, 8 semesters. Average, how many courses will be there? 5. In a semester means 8 into 5, 40. 40 courses into, if 5 course outcomes, 40 into 5, 200 course outcomes. The first column. Number of courses into 5. If 5 is the course of number of course outcomes, average. Okay. So all the course outcomes will be there in the first column. All the POs and PSOs, suppose after the mapping process, this is the program articulation matrix. This is the way you are also doing, no? The same thing you are doing, no? Additional course is add-on course. Definitely you can have add-on course in order to meet the requirement of the PO, no? So that also you can map with the POs. If there is an activity, you can have the activity outcome. MOU means there is an activity with that organization, no? So that some outcomes are expected. So what are the outcomes? Evaluation means this is not reflected in the mark list. This is only for calculation of attainment. Yeah, definitely you can have. Now, as a faculty, we have to prepare a CO-linked assessment plan. Okay, suppose we have one course in a semester. The course outcomes are all listed there. Course outcomes are there. Sorry, the activities are there. Suppose we have 60% mark for final exam, semester exam, and 40% for continuous assessment. We start with the seminar. 4 marks for seminar, and the seminar is based on course outcome number 1. So in order to meet the requirement of CO1, we are giving a seminar to the students. Only an example. Okay. Your case may be different. Assignment, 3.5 marks, mapped with the CO2. Video presentation, group activity, news analysis. Then we have, suppose, 3 exams are there, internal exams. Each exam 1, 5 marks, CO1, CO2. That means the questions will be connected with the CO1 and CO2, mapped with the CO1 and CO2 for exam 1, exam 2, exam 3, attendance or class participation, something else. Okay. So we have the continuous assessment. Each activity we can map with course outcomes, respective course outcomes. And for final exam, suppose it covers the entire syllabus, it can be mapped with all the course outcomes. Questions will be there from each module. That means all questions will be mapped with the entire course outcomes. Is it clear? This is the process. No? You are also doing the same process. Okay. Now, suppose we are conducting the exam. Consider one student X. Suppose student X got 40% mark for a seminar. The score is 40% for seminar. What is his attainment with respect to that seminar? From 1 to 50%, attainment is 1. Is it okay? Let's go to the marking scale. Is it okay? Being afternoon, no? Feeling sleepy. They have provided a lunch, nature, or fried rice. What is fried rice? Biryani. What's biryani? Okay. A vice chancellor from Tamil Nadu, he was on a deputation in one of the universities in America, in US, and he was handling a session in the afternoon. One student was sleeping there. He asked the student sitting nearby to that student, he asked him to wake him up. And what happens, you know? The student was sleeping. He stood up and said, "You disturbed me. No, sorry. You made me sleepy. Now you're disturbing me." So I won't disturb anybody. Okay. So I hope this is the process you are also doing, no? Same process. Okay. So we have 40% for a seminar for this particular student. That means attainment is 1. 1 to 50%, 1. Then CO2, sorry, assignment, 85% mark. 71 to 100%, the scale, 3. Similarly for all other assessments, except the final exam. We'll be discussing it separately. Now, you can see in the continuous assessment, course outcome number 1 appears in 2 places. Seminar is mapped with the CO1 and exam 1 is mapped with the CO1. So the attainment is 1 for seminar and exam 1, 2. So the average we will take 1 plus 2 by 2. That is the attainment of CO1 for this particular student. It's for continuous assessment. The same way, CO2 we can calculate, CO3, CO4 for student X only for continuous assessment. Anyway, you are not calculating it manually. But the process, just to explain the process, I will having this demo. Yes, yes. Here I'm giving same weightage. I will explain in the next slide the difference in the weightage, because otherwise it will be more complicated. Okay. Now coming to the semester end exam. Here I am giving the weightage. Okay. In semester exam, suppose we have 25 questions in the question paper. All these questions you are mapping with different course outcomes. Is it like that? You are mapping all these questions with the course outcomes. Now, out of 25 questions, suppose we have 5 questions mapped with the CO1. So I'm picking those questions which are mapped with the CO1. Okay. I have picked those questions in the question paper out of 25 questions which are mapped with the CO1. Similarly, a few questions mapped with the CO2, some questions mapped with the CO3, etc. Okay. Suppose these are the 5 questions which are mapped with the CO1. What are the questions? Question number 1. Question number 1 mapped with the CO1 with a weightage 2. You can see the last column. Okay. Already we have discussed how a question can be mapped with the CO. Question number 16 mapped with the CO1 with weightage 3, last column. Similarly, 18, 23, and 25. These are the questions mapped with the CO1. Weightage is given in the last column. And what about the second column? Marks for the student. It's question number 1, 1 out of 1. It's a 1 mark question. 100%. So what is the attainment? Question level attainment? 3. From 71 to 100%, it is 3. Similarly, question number 16, 75%, again 3. 18, 50%, 1. Because from 1 to 50%, it is 1. Okay. Now you can see 3, 3, 1, 2, 1. That is the question level attainments. And the weightage given in the last column, that means each question mapped with the COs. That is the last CO1. That is the last column. Yeah. I have not given the weightage there because that will be more complicated to understand. That's the way. This is the way we have to do. Yeah, that is some also. Same way. Okay. Just to understand the concept. Now, this is very clear. So we have to give weightage for every assessment. Then only it will be okay. And we have to calculate the weighted average. So this is the CO1 attainment for one particular student gets for one course. CO1 means only one course outcome. There are 5 course outcomes. We have calculated only CO1 attainment for one student gets. Okay. Can we proceed? Now, the ratio for calculation, that means how much weightage we have to give for continuous assessment and how much weightage we have to give for semester end examination. Already we have discussed, we need more continuous assessments for proper implementation of OB because semester end examination may be a 2-hour or 3-hour exam. With that 2-hour or 3-hour exam, we cannot evaluate the student in the proper way. So when we implement OB, it's better you can have more continuous assessments. But according to our system, maybe it is 40-60 ratio or something like 40% only for continuous assessment. In that case, what we can do? For calculation of attainment, we can reverse that proportion, that ratio. Only for calculation of attainment, we can give more weightage for continuous assessment. This is not reflected in the mark list, only for calculation of attainment, because we are convinced continuous assessments or other activities will contribute more to the OB process. So here I have given 80% for continuous assessment and only 20% for final exam. Again, I will tell you only for attainment calculation, not for the mark list. The mark list will be separate. Okay, we cannot change anything there. Now, 80% to 20% is the proportion. You can see the final CO1 attainment of this particular student. It's not final. One more thing is there. That is direct and indirect again. So we have to conduct a course and survey or something like that. That is indirect assessment. And based on the response given by the student, we have to calculate the final CO attainment. Suppose we are giving 20% weightage. How much weightage you are giving? 20 or 10? 20. 20 or even 10 is enough, 10% is enough. So here I'm giving 20% weightage for survey, direct assessment 80%. Now we can see the final CO attainment. This is only a demonstration. We have calculated only for CO1, but I have written the CO2 also there. So this is the final CO attainment. AO not calculated here. This is only for CO. It's only for course outcomes. Yeah, activity outcomes, you can give some values based on the response, or because we are not giving much weightage for that. But I will give you some examples of activities at the end. Then you can easily understand. Okay. Then this is the table we'll get. If you want to calculate it for each student, you will get a table like this for each student. The course outcomes. You can calculate it to you can convert it into percentage attainment. Or that I will show you with the help of a tool. You will understand it better. Anyway, this is the process of calculation of attainment. But many cases we are diluting it, like we are not calculating it for a student, maybe only for batch. Some dilutions are there. But many institutions we're calculating it for student wise also, so that you'll get lot of information, lot of analytics based on that. That also I will show you. Yeah, these are some analytics. I will explain it later. Then how to calculate the PO attainment. We have this table, the program articulation matrix. Already we have the table, mapping process already done. So once if you calculate the CO attainment using this mapping scale, we can calculate PO. This is again indirect calculation. Directly we will be calculating CO only, but for PO calculation, we'll use the indirect method. That means already the mapping scale is there. You can see CO1, suppose it is 2.12. Then the CO1 to PO1 mapping is 2, strength is 2. CO2 to PO1 mapping strength is 3. The attainment, CO2 attainment is 1.52. That means you multiply and take the weighted average. The last row, you will get PO1 attainment, that is weighted average. This is the actual process. So you'll get PO attainment. Here also you can have the direct and indirect. Again, at the end of the program, you can have a survey with the students. Direct and indirect assessment. You can give the weightage there. So for each student, we can calculate the PO. We'll get this table. Okay. Institutional level evaluation can be done. Closing the loop is very important in OB. Define what learners must achieve, guide them with effective teaching strategies, assess and evaluate their achievement levels, improve through continuous quality improvement. This is very important. You can read the second quote. It's easier to land a man on Mars than to change the school system. If you are not ready to change, you cannot implement OB. Okay. A lot of changes are happening, no? So not only changes, disruptions are happening now. Disruptions are happening. And if you are not ready for the disruption, then you are not successful. You will not be successful. Not only for students, teachers, everywhere it's like that. Okay. Weightage what? No, specific rules are there, but you have to convince. First of all, we should be convinced. Then you have to convince the accreditation team. OT? Yeah. Yeah, for each activity, for course outcomes also, we can have proper representations. That depends on the course also, sir. Because for a particular course, you can have a seminar or assignment or some other activity, you know. But all these assessments should be focused towards the outcome. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. It is the autonomy of the faculty. Yeah. But again, there may be some specific regulations or directive from the institution, no? There may be. So you should be in line with that also. For example, I can tell you what is the policy in our institution. We have, sir, just 1 minute. I can give you an example from our institution where we have two types of continuous assessments other than exams. We call it one CARS, continuous assessment in research skills. That is one continuous assessment. Another is CADIL. CADIL means continuous assessment in deepening learning, deep learning, something like that. That means in CARS, we used to give some research type assignments. Not too much research, but for an undergraduate student, you know, you can understand the level. Some applications you have to identify or something like that. And in CADIL, what all content we teach them in the classroom to go little deep into that. The activity will be based on that. So you can include any number of any type of assignment or a seminar or any assessment, but it should come under these two heads. For calculation also, we suppose in our case we have 40%, 20% is for exams. 20% for this cars and Cardil, and out of 20, 10% for cars, 10% for Cardil. This is the rule. This is a regulation of the institution. Yeah, institution. And in that regulation, no, you have the freedom. 10% mark is for cars. In cars, you can have assignment. You can have some other activity or something like that based on your subject. Yeah, yeah. According to the discretion of the faculty. Yeah, there are some common regulations. Yeah, inside that, you know, you can change your strategy. Okay. So we will just go through some an analytics. I will quickly go through an analytics so that you can easily understood how the calculation can be done for each student also. That is very important. Okay. This is a tool for calculating attainment. I will just quickly go through this one. This is a faculty login where all the courses taught by that faculty is available. Suppose I go with this one. The faculty has to upload the course outcomes and the target. You have to set the target. No, for your case also you are setting the target for each course outcome. Then the COPO mapping you can do. Each course outcomes you can map with the POs 0, 1, 2, 3. That mapping is done. Then you can go to the summary. Suppose I just give you 1 or 2 analytics. So this is the summary means PO1 is represented by more course outcomes, whereas PO2 is represented by only 2 course outcomes. This is the program articulation matrix already we have discussed. So going through the summary, you can again understand the distribution, CO, PO distribution. So if you find that there is some problem with that mapping, you can again revisit the mapping, or as I mentioned earlier, you can include some course outcome, add-on course or a value-added course or MOU or something like that. Then this is the CO linked assessment plan. The faculty has to add the components. Like if you are the exams conducted, suppose 15 questions are there for a internal exam. Each question mapped with the taxonomy levels and the course outcomes here. The weightage is also given there. You can do it and you can upload it. Then we can have a different types of assessments, seminar, or this is an OB only activity. You can also include OB only activity. That means it will not reflect in the mark list, whereas we can use it for calculating attainment. Okay. So all these different types of activities and assessments, you can upload it here. Then conduct the exam. So once if you have the CO linked assessment plan, just conduct the assessments. There is a template which consists of the numbers of the details of the students, their roll number and everything. You upload the mark, you will get the attainment for each student. Student-wise calculation, you will get it. For each student, CO1 attainment, average CO2 attainment of each student out of 3. Okay. Now, for accreditation purpose, you'll get reports like this. So you can see CO1, we have set the target as 60%, whereas for CO1, you can see 90% of the students in the batch have achieved that 60% attainment target. Okay, this is what required for accreditation purpose. And CO2, 90% of the students again have achieved that 60% attainment target, whereas CO3 came down. Only 17.5% of the students have achieved that 60% target. So in that case, what we can do is we can have an OB only activity because other assessment may be over. So you can conduct an OB only activity in order to meet the requirements of that particular course outcome. Okay, and if possible, bring every student to the desired level. Or we can call it assurance of learning. Assurance of learning. That means we are assuring every student joining our institution that we will be bringing them to a certain level of outcome attainment. Okay, this is OB only activity that it will not be reflected in the mark list. So for outcome attainments, we can have this type of OB only activities. Then I have seen during the morning presentation, lot of analytics like the progression of the student. If you do the entire process in the proper way, you can have lot of analytics here. I will show you some of them. This you can see the progression of the batch, how the batch is progressing semester wise in the PU attainment. The blue color represents the performance of the batch semester wise, or how the batch is progressing semester wise in the PU attainment, and the yellow color represents the performance of a particular student. This comparison is available there. Yellow color means of a particular student. Okay, so you can identify those students who are coming down, so you can have remedial measures based on the data. Also, there are some other analytics available. I will just show you one more. Semester-wise performance we can calculate. This is the performance of a particular student, one student, in the second semester compared to the first semester. We can see more upward trends everywhere. Whereas for the same student, if you go to the third semester, here we have more downward trends. So that means there may be some problems, maybe it's personal problems or family issues or problems with some subjects. So these type of students, they will go to the outliers list. Okay, so that the faculty can or the institution can take remedial measures, mentoring or counseling based on this report. Then we can have the slow learners or advanced learners, everything we will get. Slow learners list, advanced outlier report. So based on these reports, again, you can have the remedial measures. So what is the advantage of this analytics? If you do the entire process in the proper way, mapping and the awareness of Bloom's taxonomy also is important. Proper mapping and proper assessments, then definitely these analytics are also correct. And based on these analytics, You can have the remedial measures. You can have the quality improvement year on year. We can have the continuous quality improvement activities everywhere. Okay. Then we will discuss some best practices. I hope. How much time we have? 1 o'clock. No tea break? No, just asking. Okay. So we will discuss some best practices. Um, Sir was asking many questions, a lot of challenges for the faculty and all. Definitely, lot of challenges are there for each faculty nowadays because of AI and all. Suppose if you give an assignment to the student, how they are doing that assignment? They will use Gen AI, ChatGPT or something, and within 10 minutes they will submit the assignment. Okay, so I will give you an idea uh, how we can manage these things. Are you familiar with the Padlet? Padlet.com. This is a free platform available. You can use it for free. Padlet.com. Are you using it? Somebody is using it, no? Nobody is using it. Yeah, you're using it. Okay. Again, I will tell you the morning, just I have mentioned about the subject mathematics. If you teach mathematics to engineering students or even computer science students, they will think that mathematics is not their subject. Now, we have discussed the cognitive domain. The cognitive domain, the level 1 is remember level, then understand level, then apply like that. In affective domain, level 1 is receive, then respond, then value. Receive means the student has to receive the subject first. Okay. So it should be interesting to the students to study about that subject. Then only he can receive the subject. So in my first class, I am teaching graph theory to MCA students. The MCA students also feel that this is not their subject. They don't know about mathematics. Even we have students, who have completed BCA and joining for MCA. Many of the students, they are not good in mathematics. As I mentioned earlier, they don't know how to add a positive number and a negative number. It's very pathetic. Okay, so that is the situation. Now, in the first class itself, I used to give an assignment like this. Identify the applications of graph theory. Operational research also is my subject. So as part of your assessment, please identify and explain an application of graph theory in computer science. You may include case studies to support your explanation. Okay, fine. Please note that duplication of topics is not allowed and any repeated submissions will be rejected. Early submissions will have the advantage of avoiding topic duplication. So aim to submit it as soon as possible. You have 2 weeks to complete this task. This is the assignment. And this assignment I have given at 1:30 p.m. means the morning session. And the first student submitted the assignment at 2:30 p.m. They might have used ChatGPT or something like that. And the submission by the first student is visible there. First student submitted it. It's visible to all students. So what happens to the second student now? Second student, he has to go through the first submission. Then only he can submit his assignment because duplication is not allowed. മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? And what about the 60th student? He has to go through all other submissions. And this is visible to all students. It's publicly visible. It's a Padlet and it's free. You can use it. No duplication will be there. And the lazy fellow has to go through all the other submissions. That is again a learning experience. According to the OB philosophy, it's a learning experience. So all the students have submitted it. Okay, fine. As I mentioned earlier, they might have used the ChatGPT or any Gen AI tool. to submit the assignment. Then the next step is they have to create videos. They have to create videos with their face. And the selected videos will be uploaded in the official YouTube channel of the college. You can see the official channel of Marian College. A lot of videos are there. The videos done by the students. And 3 years before, 2 students got placement because of that video in a US company. Okay, that means they have to study the subject. The communication skill will improve. And some of the videos I have rejected 5 to 6 times. 5 times, 6 times I have rejected, and they have done it and I uploaded it. Okay. So after doing this process, after doing this assignment, the students have identified the applications of the theory in computer science. 60 applications. Okay. So that is an advantage. Then I can start the class. It's very easy. So now they value the subject. Okay. They received it. So this is one way we can have assignments. Then I will tell you another best practice that we are following in our department. For all courses we used to have boot camps. Okay, I will give you an idea of a boot camp. So this is again a mathematics subject, graph theory. Boot camp means it's very simple. It's a 30-hour activity, 2 full day. Usually we give a theory class for 2 hours. The concepts we explain in the class. Then we divide them into groups. We have 60 students. We divide them into groups. 5 students in a group. That means 12 groups are there. Then for 2 full days, they have to do tasks based on what we have taught the 2 hours. They have to learn many concepts. All these tasks are practical tasks. They have to do the practical task, some applications, something like that. Okay, I will give you an idea what the bootcamp of graph theory, what I have done. There are different tasks like this. The outcomes are also mentioned there. These are the initial concept, no? Yeah, here I have given 10 tasks. And the 10th task is very interesting. They have to frame questions, higher order questions. So I will have a session on Bloom's taxonomy for all my students. Then the student has to frame questions, higher order questions. That is again an intellectual activity. See, the IIT Goa, they conducted an exam during the COVID time. They asked every student to frame questions. The students have to frame questions, maybe 5 or 10 questions they have to frame. And they can answer those questions framed by the student itself. Suppose I am framing 5 questions, I have to answer the questions framed by me. And marks are given based on the quality of the questions, not the answers. Okay. If you can frame a quality question, that means definitely you have understood the subject. You have thorough knowledge of the subject. It's very important. Even for teachers like us, if you frame quality questions, today also we discussed about the higher order questions and all. You can conduct this experiment, this exercise in the department itself. You develop, frame quality questions sitting together. The IQAC team can conduct a workshop, internal workshop or something like that. You can ask the faculty members to frame questions, higher order questions. So the student has to frame minimum 5 questions from each module. Okay. So this is the boot camp. Then I will tell you the advantage of this boot camp. The advantage is, 2 full days we have the boot camp. So today, suppose I start, I may have 2-hour theory session. Then we divide the students into groups and they will be doing tasks. Maybe from the afternoon onwards, I will meet each group. They have to come and present the progress, what they have done. Every student has to present it. So in 2 full days, maybe by 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I will finish it. And during the night, they have to do the task. It's a continuous process. And tomorrow, when they come at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, again, we will continue this presentation. And in 2 full days, they will complete all these tasks. It's a tedious one. They will learn a lot of things, peer learning, a lot of things are happening. And one faculty member is engaging this entire batch. Others can do your research or accreditation activities. You will get time also. Then another advantage, in 2 days, I can finish the portions. Usually I used to cover in 1 month. That is the advantage. So peer learning is happening, discussions are happening. This is a learning activity rather than a teaching activity. And this is again a formative assessment, because for each group is coming and I'm giving the feedback, they're improving it. This is a formative assessment. This is not summative. And this you can connect with the outcomes very easily. And many institutions are doing this. Usually I conduct workshops in many places. There was a university called Mahindra University in Hyderabad. It's a new university. So we had a 3 days workshop there. I went there on 3 days, and all the faculty members, they have developed boot camps in their courses. In agriculture university, they have done it. Many universities, they are doing it. Now, this is one of the best practices you can also implement, so that you can reduce your workload. At the same time, the students will be interested. So the students are giving very good feedback. So in all courses, we are implementing it. Already implemented, and in all modules, we are implementing it. Another one for computer science, I will just give you an idea also. We call it hackathon instead of hackathon. Build battle breakthrough. Okay. Again, 60 students, 12 groups, 5 members each. For each student, there is a role: developer, DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, security engineer, or troubleshooter. Then peer teaching, 30 hours again. There are challenges for developer. Challenges are there. DevOps engineer, cloud engineer. The challenges are also given there. Okay. So these are the outcomes. This is also, a industry kind of thing, like totally, it's not an academic thing. All these tasks are based on the industry requirements. Okay. This is another example. I can also give you one more idea again to campaign, campaigning all these activities. Yeah. Already we have discussed the problem, no? Students often believe mathematics is not part of core computing. Graph theory is theoretical, something like that. The result is low engagement. Students do not show interest. So how we can transform the student perception? That is very important. That is what we can do through the some of the tasks. So this is a model we have developed and we have successfully implemented, where we have the cognitive domain is there, affective domain is there, formative assessments, peer mentorship, then Viva for every course. This is also important, no? As I mentioned earlier, if you give an assignment, the students will use NA to submit it. So unless if you conduct Viva OC for every student, they will not learn anything. That is also important. But we will get time for all these things when we implement this innovative learning activities like this. So affective domain, as I already mentioned, target level receiving, identify real world applications, upload findings, create explanatory video, publish outputs. This is the impact. From passive resistance to cognitive acceptance to intellectual valuing of the subject. students began stating this is actually used in computing systems. This is the boot camp already I mentioned. So peer learning ecosystem, iterative feedback. As I mentioned, this is a formative assessment. Then we have assignments. We give assignments. There we ask the students to submit it. Higher order thinking construction. That means the students are asked to frame higher order questions. Okay. So instead of asking like what is a spanning tree, the students frame questions like design a real-time emergency evacuation routing system using spanning tree principles. Then the most important factor is the mentoring by advanced learners. Already we have classified the advanced learners and slow learners by this time, maybe the mid of the semester. So the advanced learners will be mentors and the slow learners, the mentees. Okay. Then we will conduct the Viva. And for the Viva OC, the mentors, the advanced learners, they will act as mentors. They have to mentor the slow learners. Slow learners will be the mentees. So during Viva, what we do is we will call the mentees first for Viva. Suppose if they cannot answer a question, we will ask them to connect with the mentor again. So some students may come 5 or 6 times. And each time if we ask a question, if they don't know, based on the assignments submitted by them. Okay. So they will go to the mentor. And for the mentors, no need of any Viva. By that time, they will be experts. Because they are teaching the mentees, no? They are explaining all these concepts to the slow learners. So in that case, it's very interesting. Yeah. Sir, I will tell you, as I mentioned earlier, by conducting boot camps, I'm saving a lot of time there. My teaching hours is reduced. And I used to conduct Viva mostly in Saturdays. Because I spend Friday and Saturday together. So they have to come on Saturdays for the, if they want to repeat again, they have to come the next Saturday. That is a punishment again. So they will learn and come. Yeah. I'm saving a lot of time. That's why I can spend some time for a. So this is the way we can incorporate all the taxonomy levels. Create, we cannot say to up to that level, but up to evaluate, we can do. So we have witnessed increased participation, improved Viva articulation, higher assignment depth. Yeah. The key insight is mathematics resistance is affective before it is cognitive. That is the reason. So we are incorporating affective domain there. We can do it on almost all mathematics papers related to engineering because these are all applied mathematics. So redesigning learning experiences, that is very important when we implement OB. So you can also integrate this model in your courses. If you want any help, definitely I can help you to design boot camps or something like that. Okay, we have a break.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for this session. Now I would like to invite Father George Pittapalil to give a memento to a speaker. Thank you, Father. Thank you, sir, for the session. Now we shall break for a tea and we'll be back by 3:30 for the next session. And meanwhile, we will also have a QR code displayed for those who want duty certificate for today. External participants who require a duty certificate can scan the QR code, and once the Google form is submitted, you will get your certificate.
So you might get bored with that. Again and again listening to it, you might get further. The new faculty can sit. Faculty who has joined newly can sit. For the others, it will be just a repetition. Okay. So far you must have listened to what outcome-based education is, how to frame COs and attainment calculations. Now, moving from the theory, we are moving to the practical side of it. How we do it. Faculty members, especially who are in IQAC, might be finding it difficult to make others do it, isn't it? So this is actually, we have implemented a system in Rajagiri for the CO attainment and PO attainment. That is what I am going to share with you. Actually, if we can reduce the effort for CO PO attainment, we can focus more on continuous improvement. So definitely, if you have a system like this in your college, it will be very much useful. Now, we have a student management system, which is called Rajagiri Management System, in short, RSMS. So even before the attainment, incorporating the attainment calculation, faculty has to enter the marks after each internal examination for their course. Here also we enter the marks in the student management system, but the only difference is that here we enter it in question wise. Now, same thing we do it for assignment, and if you have any other assessment, say for example, lab, there is continuous evaluation. For that also, individual question wise marks, we enter it in the student management system. Then for the end semester examination, since we are autonomous, we are having our own examination system, which is called REXA. The answer sheets are scanned after the exam, and the valuation is done in computer, and marks are there in the REXA system. That is actually transferred to the student management system, automatically integrated from REXA into the Rajagiri student management system. And then we have to do the CO mapping. Basically, we call it as question paper scrutiny in the student management system, where the marks for each question and the maximum marks and the CO to which it is mapped, that is also entered into the student management system. Now, the system will automatically generate the overall CO attainment and facilitates COPO attainment analysis with minimal manual intervention. That is what we do. The ERP ensures a systematic, transparent, and data-driven outcome measurement process. Now, I will tell you the skeleton of how the calculation is done. Now, this is the mark division. Basically, totally we have 150 marks, out of which for the internal exam, it is conducted in 50 marks. The weightage given is 12.5. Internal exam 2, it is conducted out of 50. Weightage given is 12.5. Assignment, it will depend upon the faculty. Here I have given an example where the marks is 120. The weightage given is only 15, and the attendance is 10 marks, which is not taken into account for our COPO calculations. Then for the end semester examination, it is 100 marks. Then the questions are classified as difficult, medium, and easy questions. Depending upon that, we can fix a threshold mark. If the student attains above the threshold mark, we consider the student has attained that particular CO. That is what we do it with the threshold marks. So based on the difficulty, we fix a threshold value for each mark for each corresponding to each question. And this is an example for the internal examination 1. Here you see The first row there indicates the question numbers. We have 8 questions. Some of the question numbers 1 to 4. In the third row shows the maximum marks. Second row shows the CO to which it is mapped. Now, this is the first internal examination. So you can see in the second row, only CO1 and CO2 are marked because mostly it is module 1 and module 2. Then the first 4 questions, that is the first 4 columns there, are 5-mark questions. Then question number 5A, 5B together carries 15 marks. 6A, 6B together carries 15 marks. That is actually 5 or 6 which student has to answer. Then we have 7A and 7B, 8A, 8B. Again, 7 or 8. That is how the student has to answer. And the maximum marks for each question is given in the third row. The difficulty level is given in the fourth row. Now, depending upon the difficulty level and the maximum marks, the threshold mark for each question is given in the fifth row, TH. That is a threshold mark. We get it, that is shown there. So the maximum mark is 5. Since it is a easy question, difficulty level is 1. So 70 of percentage of 5 is 3.5. That is how you get 3.5 as a threshold. Likewise, we calculate the threshold mark for all the question. Then below that, you can see the marks scored by each student for each question. That is what you see below that. And on the rightmost column is the total mark. Then what we do is we take the marks scored by the student for all the CO1 questions. So here another thing taken into account is, suppose, say for example, the second student, Jim, he has answered question number 5 as well as 6. Question number 5, totally he got 10 marks, whereas question number 6, he got only 6. 4 plus 2 is 6 marks. So 5 is considered and not 6 is taken. So for Jim, the CO1 marks which he has got is 5 plus 2, 7 plus 3, 10 plus 7, 17. That is the CO1 marks for Jim. That is written in the leftmost column. Sorry. Now, yes, whenever we have a choice question, he takes the maximum marks. Then similarly, all the threshold marks for the questions which he has attempted. Say, for example, if you take Jim has attempted question number 1. Not attempted, that is a compulsory question. So that 3.5 is taken, the threshold mark for 1, plus threshold mark for 2, plus threshold mark for 5A, plus threshold mark for 5B. That is taken as 15.7. Okay, so for Jim, the threshold mark for CO1 is 15.7. Whereas the first student, Tom, actually he has attempted the 6, question number 6 he has attempted. That is why his threshold mark is different. Okay, so that is how you calculate the threshold mark for each CO. Same thing we do it for CO2 also. For each student, we get how much is the total mark he has scored for that particular CO as well as the corresponding threshold mark. If the student has scored above the threshold mark, we say that student has attained that particular CO. Okay, so this is how we find out, we do the CO attainment for each student after the first internal examination. Now, then what we do is, we consider all the students and we see how much percentage of the students. Yes, sir. Yes. It need not be the same difficulty level because based on the difficulty level, your threshold mark is varying. So it need not be the same difficulty level, but definitely it has to be mapped onto the same CO. That has to be there. The mark scored is 0, but we have to take the threshold mark while finding the threshold value. Here what we take is the minimum one we take. Okay. Okay. Then for all the students, we will find out how much percentage of the student has attained the CO, how much percentage has not attained the CO. So here we can see that for the CO1, 3 out of 5 has attained, so 60% of the student has attained, whereas CO2, 2 out of 5 has attained, so 40% has attained. Now here also we categorize the level of attainment as 0 attainment, level 1 attainment, level 2 attainment, level 3 attainment. If more than or equal to 70% of students have attained, means level 3 attainment is there for that particular student. Then from 55% up to 70% is level 2 attainment, and then 40% up to 55% it is level 1 attainment, and less than 45% means no attainment, 0 attainment. That is what the level of attainment is. Now we do the same thing for internal examination 2. Then for the assignment also we do the same thing. Same way we calculate the attainment of each student and the percentage attainment, CO attainment for that particular class we do. And yes, module 5, it is tested only on the end semester examination. If you want, you can incorporate that in assignment. But here in the example I have taken, it is not tested in the assignment also. Okay. Also, it can be 2.5 module for internal examination 1, 2.5 module for internal examination 2. Then internal examination itself will cover CO. Actually, those are the improvements which you can make. That is one good thing about this system. We can make out which are the COs we are not addressing, and then we can do the continuous improvement. Okay, so this is for the end semester examination we have done for each student. What is the mark scored and what is the threshold and whether he has attained it or not. And also for the entire class, we can find out how much is the percentage of CO attainment. Okay, so once that is done, the maximum marks for internal examination is 50, but the weightage given is only 12.5 for the total calculation. So only that much weightage we will go for internal examination 1. Then internal examination 2, it is done at 50. Then also the weightage given is only 12.5. Whereas assignment, whatever be the marks given by the faculty, doesn't matter. But the weightage that will be given will be only out of 15. Then for the end semester examination, it is 100. This is how we give the weightage for the different assessment tools. Now we see the final attainment of here, the final attainment of CO1. That is what is taken here. For the internal examinations 1, okay, CO1 was tested out of 25 marks. Correspondingly, the mark scored by each student is given in the first column. The second column shows the threshold mark. That is being converted to the 12.5 scale, because internal examination 1 is out of weightage given is 12.5. So we will convert each of this out of 12, whatever marks he has scored, that will be converted to 12.5, but the contribution of CO1 is only half of 12.5, which is 6.25. Okay, so correspondingly it is being converted, both the mark which he has scored as well as the threshold. Same way, in the internal examination 2, CO1 is not assessed. That is why it is kept blank. For the assignment, it was assessed for 30 marks, but the weightage out of 15 will be only 3.75. So it is converted to 3.75, and its threshold also is converted to out of 3.75. Then similarly, end semester examination, it is conducted out of 100, out of which 20 marks is for CO1. The threshold is 11.4. That will remain as it is, because for the end semester examination, it is conducted in 100. The weightage is also 100. So it will remain as such. Then the last two columns, the first column, the second last column, that shows the total marks scored by the student from internal examination 1, assignment, as well as the end semester examination. Out of 30 is what is shown, and the corresponding threshold mark is summing up all the threshold marks here. The weighted threshold marks, that is what the threshold mark shown here, shown at the last column. So finally, in considering the internal examination 1, 2, assignment, and the end semester examination, the marks scored by each student and the threshold value is also shown there. And we can see whether the student has attained that particular CO or not. Now, the very important thing is when this is there in actually this much of calculation is done by our student management system itself. So the teacher can find out how far the student has attained it. If he has not attained a particular, instead of giving the remedial class, the entire module or the entire topics to all the students, we can find out which all students are weak in CO1, which all students are weak in CO2. Correspondingly, we can arrange the remedial classes. Now, that is the calculation for converting it to the weighted marks. Now, same way, like we have calculated the total attainment and threshold value for CO1. Same way we do it for CO2, CO3, and CO4 and CO5. And here you can see the final percentage attainment of COs, considering internal exam 1, 2, assignment, and final end semester examination. So based on that, we can see the different levels of attainment. So that is the final PO attainment for that particular course. So this is actually the mapping of CO to PO. CO-PO mapping values are given here. And the average values for corresponding to each PO is given in the last row. That is what goes to your articulation matrix. That is the average PO values. Now, so the first column here shows the CO attainment values, and this column here shows the COPO attainment. Now, from that CO attainment values, we can find out how much is the PO attainment from this particular course. Okay, so for PO1, if you look at PO1, the CO1 attainment is 60. The mapping value is 3. So 60 into 3 plus 40 into 1 plus 60 into 2 plus 40 into 3 plus 40 into 2 divided by summing up all the mapping values of PO1. 3 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2. That is a weighted average. That you will get it as 49.1. So that is what the PO1 attainment from this particular course. Similar, it is not mapped to PO2. It is mapped to PO3. For PO3, the attainment is 47.5. PO4, the attainment is 40. And PO5 from this particular course is 50. So this we do for all the courses. After the semester, we do it for all the courses, and that is being tabulated. Here, each row shows the corresponding course. These are the course codes, and the corresponding PO attainment values are shown in the table. So this contributes the direct attainment of POs for all the courses in the program. Likewise, we have to find out the direct PO attainment of all the courses. Now, this is the articulation matrix. But basically, what we got to do is, here we have it in percentage value or out of 100. We have to convert it to a 3-point scale. This is what we got to enter in the NBA SAR. So what we do is, so the first PO attainment from the first course was 49.1. That 49.1 was out of 100 into the articulate, that average value of PO1 was 2.2. So multiply with 2.2, you will get it as 1.08. So all the PO attainment values, you are converting it to a 3-point scale here. Now, that is the final direct attainment, PO attainment on a 3-point scale from different courses. Now, we have to take the indirect attainment. Here, basically, the indirect attainment, CO feedback, we are taking it in a 5-point scale. Okay, so that again is incorporated in the student management system. We convert it into corresponding percentage. So corresponding to 4.5, it is 90%, 4.8, 96%. Likewise, for different COs, we have the percentage attainment. Now, again, you use the COPO mapping matrix. COPO mapping matrix, you take the weighted average and you find out the indirect PO attainment from CO feedback, course outcome feedback. Now, so after the completion of the course, we will take an indirect attainment of all the POs. We take the feedback from the students about all the POs and get the indirect attainment. So this shows the indirect attainment of POs for all the courses in the program. Sorry. Sorry, this is the indirect attainment of POs for all the courses in the program through course outcome feedback in percentage. This done for all the courses, that is what is shown here. And then this is converted to a 3-point scale. And here, this is the PO attainment through PO feedback. That is at the end of the final semester. Again, it is taken in a 5-point scale. It is converted to a 3-point scale, directly converted to 3-point scale. This is the PO attainment through PO feedback. Now you take the average of two indirect feedback. That is one from the CO and the other from the PO. So this is the average indirect PO attainment. And then what you do is the first row shows the direct attainment. First row shows the direct attainment. Second row shows the indirect attainment. You give 80% weightage to the direct attainment, 20% weightage to the indirect attainment, and you get the final attainment. This is how you calculate the final attainment. So this table, this flowchart shows the process actually. The top first, that is the direct CO attainment in percentage. Through the CO, PO, PSO mapping, we get the direct PO, PSO attainment for the course in percentage. Then using the articulation metrics, we convert it to 3-point scale. That is the direct PO, PSO attainment for the batch of students in 3 scale. That is for from all the courses we get. Then correspondingly, we take one is from the CO attainment from CO feedback. Using the CO, PO mapping, you can get the attainment of PO, PSO in percentage. Then you convert it to a 3-point scale. And then you get the, for all the courses for the batch, the CO, from the CO feedback, the indirect PO, PSO attainment. ഏതാ CO ഫീഡ്ബാക്കിൽ നിന്ന് എടുക്കുന്നതും PO ഫീഡ്ബാക്കിൽ നിന്ന് എടുക്കുന്നത് അതാണ് സാർ ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. അതായത് CO ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് എടുക്കുന്നത് ഒരു സെമസ്റ്റർ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് ഓരോ സിഒസും എത്രത്തോളം അറ്റൈൻ ചെയ്തെന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. അതാണ് CO ഫീഡ്ബാക്കിൽ നിന്ന് എടുക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ആ എൻറ്റയർ പ്രോഗ്രാം കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ് 8 സെമസ്റ്ററും കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ എക്സിറ്റിൽ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ POs എത്രത്തോളം അറ്റൈൻ ചെയ്തെന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. അതാണ് ആ PO എന്ന് വരുന്ന ഇൻഡയറക്റ്റ് ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക്. അതിന്റെ രണ്ടിന്റെ കൂടെ ആവറേജ് എടുത്തിട്ടാണ് ടോട്ടൽ ഇൻഡയറക്റ്റ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ രണ്ടിന്റെ ആവറേജ് എടുത്തിട്ട് ടോട്ടൽ ഇൻഡയറക്റ്റ് എടുക്കും. എന്നിട്ട് ആ ടോട്ടൽ ഇൻഡയറക്റ്റിന് വി വിൽ ഗിവ് 20% വെയിറ്റേജ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഡയറക്റ്റ് അറ്റൈൻമെന്റ് വി വിൽ ഗിവ് 80% വെയിറ്റേജ്. CO attainment, we don't mix up the direct and indirect component. Only we take the direct component. All your remedial actions, everything will be based on your direct attainment. Because that is from the student performance. This is the indirect component which we take. That is only for the calculation we take. Yes, indirect has got two components. One from the COs, which we take at the end of every semester. Then the PO component we take at the end of the program. Actually, we can incorporate those things, but here we are not taking it. Like we can add any number of components here. Say, for example, suppose if we are doing a program where we are mapping the outcomes to PO, that also can be incorporated here. Apart from the normal curriculum, anything which you are doing, that we can add on. That exit survey means exit or event feedback. That you can do it for the POs as well as if you have conducted an event. From there also you can take that also can be calculated. Same way as. Say, for example, a workshop is being conducted for the student. We define the outcomes of the workshop. These COs we are mapping onto PO. Then we will do the same calculation procedure. We will get a attainment of POs in 3-point scale, and we can incorporate that in the indirect attainment. Regarding the survey, not that survey. We will take the feedback. The course and survey is this. This is the course and survey. Then after the end of the program, after 4 years, we'll take the feedback directly on POs. Okay, that is taken for all the batches. Then apart from that, if some event is conducted, that also we can incorporate. Yes, ma'am. Exit survey, the on POs is a core survey. Ah, see, these are the difference. There are 5 COs. On a 5-point scale, we are taking the feedback. Okay, we will get the values out of 5 from all the students. For corresponding to each course outcome, we'll get a value. Say we have 5 options like excellent, good. Likewise, 5 options are there. Based on the values which students give for each CO, overall we will get a value out of 5 for each CO. That is what is written here. Then we convert it into percentage. That is the CO attainment, indirect CO attainment percentage. Now using the CO-PO mapping weighted, we get the percentage attainment of PO. That value for all the courses is written here. That will convert it into a 3-point scale. This, you mean this 90 we are taking? No, 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 no. We are not doing it. That is actually earlier we were doing it. The problem with that is we are incorporating an indirect component into a direct thing, isn't it? So that we avoided. Some of the colleges, you must be doing it. So you can actually isolate it here. That is not correct. No, you can isolate it like this. Earlier we were following that. All right. Converting from not 3 to 5.5 scale, but from 5 scale to 3 scale, because in NBSR everything is in 3 scale. All right. Okay. So basically, this is what we practice here. Okay. And I, we will fix a target level based on the previous performance and based on the student intake. We will fix a target. Okay. If the target is not attained, uh, it is reviewed, and then we will find out where we have to improve. Based on that, there are improvements in various stages, like improvement for that particular batch when they go to the next semester, improvement for the students who are coming to that particular semester. Say, for example, after the 3rd semester, we are evaluating the COs and we find out that these are the COs where we require improvement. So already the students are having need support on those areas. The students who are moving from 3rd semester to 4th semester need the support. So there we have to do the corrective action. Also, the students who are juniors to them, when they are coming to here, our teaching learning process has to be oriented so that we don't, again, the same thing is not repeated. For the PO. See, after the 4 years, when you are, say, suppose there are areas where we require improvement, then for the, actually, after every semester, we calculate the POs. PO also, attainment also we calculate. Actually, that is where we have the advantage. The system will calculate, we don't have to calculate. The system will calculate. We don't have to calculate, and then no, with whatever COs they have gone through, with that we calculate. No, with that, say suppose if they are reached the fourth semester, whatever courses they have completed up to fourth semester, from that we calculate. So we know articulation metrics till then also. No, that is not the complete one. So based on that, we can do the corrective action for the, that is, we have corrective actions across the batch and within the batch. In between also. So even in semester, within the semester. Uh, we don't do the indirect component there. Indirect component is taken only at the end. Actually, the indirect component is not giving any feedback on the improvements required, actually. That is only 20% weightage. Yes. That is in COPO mapping area. Like, yesterday, actually, somebody else asked about the ethics. Okay. See, everything has got an answer. We have to think about it. There are hundreds of ways you can incorporate it. For the psychomotor skill, it is the laboratory work only. In the laboratory work and in the project only we can assess it. Through rubrics. Here I have not shown the rubrics. For each course, for the assessment of each outcome, for each question, we have rubrics. Like, say, for example, a 20-mark question. These are the things which are expected. We can have a psychomotor component in that. Okay. So likewise, we can incorporate those things. That is why I said we can definitely do it. Okay. 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 So there are colleges who have whom we support for these kind of activities. Actually, what you have seen now is actually has come out after we have practiced it for a long period. It has not come out on a particular day or a particular year. There has been several improvements. Okay. So we definitely will be happy to share with other institutions. It will be promoting the teaching OB process. Okay. So we are ready to share it, and we are ready to give any support for the institutions. Actually, that is the reason why we have shared the ERP system, what we follow in Rajagiri. Okay. And one more thing before I conclude, which I would like to share with regard to OB, as I was listening to the questions. Okay. That is, OB is not about creating documents. We should really understand that. Okay. It is giving a better learning experience and better graduates. That is the objective. It is not creating document. Documentation is only the evidence. The real objective is continuous improvement in student learning and outcomes. Okay. It is not to show anyone. It is not to show anyone. We can think it like this. It is to improve our own teaching. Okay. Then when implemented sincerely, OB shifts our focus from what did we teach. Earlier it was like that. What did we teach? That is why teacher centric it was. Now, what did our students actually learn, or what is our student capable of doing? That is more important. NEP 20 and the revised NBA framework are not asking us to do more work. They are asking us to do academic work more purposefully and systematically. It is not a mechanical work a teacher does. No. Okay, maybe in a factory it is yes. Because every year the students which we are getting is different. Okay. and every student we are getting is different. It's unique. The success of OBE does not lie in attainment reports or spreadsheets. It lies in producing competent, confident, and industry-ready graduates. Okay. So with that, I conclude and thank you all. Thank you very much for patient listening. So tomorrow we'll have the session at online session at 9 o'clock. I know that you have taken a lot of pain in joining us here. So once again, from the Rajagiri, on behalf of all management and faculty members of Rajagiri, I thank you all. Thank you very much.